as a result of holding it in a different venue. In terms of the themes that are being proposed, there are 3 themes that are proposed for your consideration. The first one is about the future of work in Africa amid demographic, technological, and climate change. As you know, the continent is a young continent with median age of 19 years. We have currently youth representing around 35% of the working age population. And this is actually expected to increase to 50% by 2063. And amid all the changes and the technological, whether it's the Industrial Revolution, technological changes, automation, digitalization, AI, big data, all this, mega trends will shape the future of work and how jobs and sector will be shaped for the future. So given our youthful population and the rising share of the youth, there is a need to look into what type of policies, what do we need to do to actually equip the youth for the future of work in terms of education, skills, reskilling or retraining, and what type of policies are required in order to both benefit from the technological innovations and trends that are happening, but also we have a unique opportunity given how we are blessed with green minerals to actually not only be just keeping up with green transition, but to be leading the way in terms of green industries and the type of skills that are needed to do that. So this is the issues that would be suggested to be discussed under the theme. And for the second theme that is considered for your, that are considered for next year, it's proposed, the second proposal is about growth through innovation, harnessing data and frontier technologies for economic transformation. And here we know that the innovation and research and development in Africa, the figures have been low. We have not been doing as well as the continent can. And really fostering innovation will be a key driver for the future. And the aim of this theme is really to look into what are the specific policy options that can help us, and the frontier technologies that can help us in leapfrogging development and in shaping the future of various sectors in the economy. So these issues will be discussed in detail in this proposal, and how really can technology and innovation be integrated in the development across sectors. Second option has to do with harnessing natural resources, biodiversity, and climate finance for economic and climate resilience. We have been talking over and over about all the richness in terms of natural resources that the continent has, and the challenges that we face both in terms of economic transformation and climate change. And this theme tries to look into how can we use innovative approaches to capitalize on these natural resources, including biodiversity, while at the same time dealing with key challenges that the continent will have, for example, in terms of dealing with stranded assets, dependence on commodity, and how do we handle that amid transition to net zero. So this theme will look into these issues, as well as how the continent can utilize innovative financing to really create higher value added from these natural resources and biodiversity. So these are the three topics that are tabled for your consideration, and similar to last year, we will have a discussion by which you will guide us to which theme you believe would be best fit for next year Conference of Ministers. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Madame Morsi, pour cette présentation claire. Donc, j'invite les honorables délégués
call on the honorable delegates to deliver their comments or even choose or propose a theme for the next COM. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegate from Mozambique, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as we deliberate on the proposed themes for the 58th session, it's crucial to select a theme that reflects Africa's pressing challenges and opportunities, while aligning with the strategic policy choices needed for economic transformation and resilience in a rapidly changing global landscape. After careful consideration, we believe that option 2, growth through innovation, harnessing data and frontier technologies for the economic transformation of Africa, as the most suitable for the following reasons. Alignment with global megatrends. The global economy is increasingly driven by data, digitalization, and frontier technologies like artificial intelligence and blockchain. For Africa to remain competitive, it must embrace innovation and transition from resource-driven to data-driven economies. This theme ensures Africa is not left behind in the fourth industrial revolution. Second reason, addressing structural challenges. Africa faces challenges such as low investment in research and development, inadequate infrastructure, and limited integration between innovation-driven and beneficiaries. This theme encourages addressing these bottlenecks through public-private partnerships, improved digital infrastructure, and skill development. Third reason, job creation and economic diversification. With a rapidly growing and youthful population, Africa urgently needs productive jobs. Frontier technologies can unlock opportunities in finance, agriculture, healthcare, and education, driving jobs creation and diversification while harnessing the demographic dividend. Another reason has to do with enhancing regional integration. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area offers a unique opportunity for economic integration. Data and frontier technologies can streamline cross-border trade, improve logistics, and enable seamless digital transactions, boosting Africa's global competitiveness. Building on previous themes, past themes have focused on industrialization and fiscal policy. This theme represents a forward-looking shift towards innovation and technology, addressing emerging properties while building a fast foundation. Mr. Chair, in a nutshell, we believe that option 2 offers a comprehensive and forward-looking framework for the 58th session. It addresses the urgent need for innovation, job creation, and economic diversification, while supporting regional integration and global competitiveness. By focusing on data and frontier technology, this team provides a roadmap for Africa's sustainable economic transformation and resilience. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, distingué délégué
Thank
du
you,
Mozambique.
distinguished delegate of
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un
Mozambique.
d'autre qui voudrait
Is there anyone else
intervenir?
who would like to take the floor?
Donc, si j'ai bien compris,
If
distingué
I
délégué du
understand
Mozambique
clearly,
avait
the
choisi
distinguished delegate of Mozambique
la croissance par
was
l'innovation
seconding
pour horizon
the
2030
second
au compte
proposal,
de la
well, that
transformation
is
économique de
on
l'Afrique.
growth technology
Est-ce que vous
for
êtes tous
the
d'accord
economic
sur cette
transformation of Africa. Are you all in agreement with proposal number 2 as the chosen team for the next year?
Je passe la parole
I'll now give the
au
floor
Royaume du Maroc.
to the Kingdom of Morocco. Distinguished delegate, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair.
En vérité, les trois thèmes sont
In
tous
all
plus
truths,
intéressants les
all
uns que les autres.
three teams are just as
Le Royaume du Maroc
interesting,
fait le choix.
but the Kingdom of Morocco will opt for the second team. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco. This is duly noted. Thank you.
On passe la parole au Cameroun.
We'll now give the floor to Cameroon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Cameroun également fait le choix
Cameroon
du-
equally chooses the second team.
Merci,
Thank
distingué
you.
délégué du
Thank you,
Cameroun.
distinguished delegate of Cameroon.
Il y a quelqu'un d'autre
Is there anyone else who would like to take the floor?
Donc, on passe la parole au
We'll now
Zimbabwe.
give the floor to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we go along with the second theme, given its critical importance and the risk of Africa being left behind as we look at these critical issues, especially in relation to the need for improving and investing in digital infrastructure, skills development, including over and above that, enabling policies. Again, it will also foster regional cooperation. So I think for me, I've always lamented that Africa stands the risk of being left behind in issues relating to data-driven decision-making processes, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and the Internet of Things, and smart infrastructure. My colleague from Mozambique mentioned blockchain and all those issues. So I think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Zimbabwe.
C'est l'option 2.
So
Donc, on passe
it's option 2.
au Nigeria.
Now, Nigeria. The floor goes to Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to also stand with my previous speakers in supporting team number 2. It is obvious that team number 2 encapsulates both team number 1 and team number 3. And for this reason, it is important to agree with team number 2. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué du
Thank you,
Nigeria.
distinguished delegate of Nigeria.
Je donnerai la parole au distingué délégué de l'Érythrée.
Now, Eritrea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we entirely agree with the previous colleagues in proposing option B on growth through innovation, harnessing data, and frontier technologies. But maybe if we can make a slight modification in that option, Chairperson, within the context of our previous team on harnessing the implementation of ACFTA, because we couldn't have meaningful ACFTA without local production. So maybe if we could modify option 2 into something which can focus on harnessing industrialization and value-added local production. Just because innovation and data of such kind of things could be within that team. So maybe if colleagues would agree with me, we could modify that growth through harnessing industrialization and the local value-added production for the economic transformation of Africa. If we could modify on that line, Chairperson. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Eritrea. This is duly noted.
Notre État membre qui
Is there any other member state
faire une proposition ou faire un choix?
willing to make a choice or make a proposal? Because we have several member states that have elected option 2. This is a very important theme.
L'exploitation des données et les technologies de pointe au
Harnessing data and frontier technologies for economic transformation of Africa is a very important topic. So I'd like to thank you all.
Donc on adopte l'option 2.
Option 2 is hereby adopted, pending some amendments. Eritrea. Now I give the floor to Madam Morsi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the distinguished delegates for their comments and guidance. It's duly noted the focus that has been placed on growth through innovation, and definitely this is a forward-looking theme in terms of what needs to be done. If I may just suggest that for weaving in the issue of the industrialization and value added, similar to how we did it for this year's theme in terms of integrating issues of energy and food security and digitalization, we'll weave in this in the report and in the issues paper in terms of how does this interact with industrialization and moving up the value chain, which is definitely relevant. But I think the innovation part is even in a way larger in terms of how do we move forward, whether in terms of incentives, policies, infrastructure, skills, and how do we adapt it within sectors. But the whole point, of course, is to move up the value chain using these technologies, increase productivity, improve lives. So we'll integrate this within the discussion so that it's an integral part of what we will be presenting, rather than perhaps modifying the focus itself. I hope that is agreeable.
Merci, Madame Morsi.
Thank you, Mrs. Morsi.
On opte pour l'option 2.
So we are electing option 2.
Adopté.
Adopted.
Comme avait dit Madame Morsi,
As Madame Morsi earlier stated, with regards to the date, the Secretariat has proposed that the 58th session be held in March 2026. I understand that the dates will be scheduled following consultations with the Secretariat. With regards to the venue, I will repeat what Mrs. Morsi has said. The Secretariat proposes that in alignment with the traditions of the ACA, the 58th session can be hosted by a member state of the Commission, provided the member state agrees to cover the real direct and indirect costs of organizing a session out of the Commission. No state can propose to host the Conference of Ministers of Finance and Economic Development Planning at the ECA compound. Can the committee make recommendations to the conference with regards to the date and venue of the 58th session? Is there any country which would like to host the 58th session and cover any additional costs involved. Thank you. The Kingdom of Morocco, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, my delegation has the honor and the pleasure to table the offer of the Kingdom of Morocco to host the 58th session of the ECA Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, reiterating thereby its constant and relentless commitment towards strengthening African cooperation and the social and economic development of our continent. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco. Is there any other country willing to host the 58th session? I see no objection. It is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Donc, le Royaume du Maroc
Hence, the Kingdom of Morocco will host in 2026 the 58th session, and the specific date will be agreed upon following the consultations within the Bureau with the Secretariat and the Kingdom of Morocco. Thank you very much.
On passe à l'autre point de l'ordre du jour, question diverses.
Agenda item. Any other business?
Une délégation souhaite-t-elle prendre la parole sur
Is
ce
there
point de
any
l'ordre?
delegation which would like to take the floor with regards to the AOB?
Je donne la parole au distingué délégué.
The floor goes to the distinguished delegate of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. And my issue I'm going to raise really pertains to the focus of our work as ECA. Going through the agenda, there have been so many proposal and frameworks for Africa's development, Africa's transformation. And really, I was wondering, given where we are going, budgets, etc., the budget presented reflected that there are challenges in terms of the resources for the programs, various programs for UNECA. And if you look at the various documents we had to look at, we have so many: NEPAD, Africa Agenda 2063, UN Sustainable Development Goals, and now we have our latest baby, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, NEPAD, and all those. So I was wondering whether is there no room for us? And if you look at the themes and the issues being discussed, I think there's a common thread going through this. And I was wondering if there is no room for us to streamline what we are doing so that we have more impact, because we are spreading so many issues across so many blueprints, etc. It's just an observation, Chair. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Zimbabwe. Mrs. Morsi will respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buvumba. I think the comment is well taken, and it's actually it's along the lines of what we are trying to do in terms of harmonizing and kind of focusing effort, both to adapt to increasingly scarce resources, but also to make sure that our work is having deeper impact. So we're really trying to align the different issues and frameworks that we're doing, and how can we, through them and through harmonization, get to much bigger scale in terms of impact of the work we do, whether analytical, advisory, or in terms of convening to help have common positions. So it goes very well in the direction of what we're trying to do, and we appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in line with what the Deputy Executive Secretary Hanan mentioned, I think, I think it was Daya, our colleague who made the presentation, our program budget, made reference to the initiative that the United Nations Secretary General has just launched, UN 80 initiative. There is an overall effort that the organization, when I say organization, I'm talking about the United Nations in general, will be making to try and rationalize its efforts and focus them better. And we also had said yesterday that, as again, the Hannah mentioned, ourselves, we are equally conscious of the need to focus our work more. And by exploring and exploiting the interlinkages between the different frameworks. Like, for example, our integrated planning and reporting tool, which enables the monitoring of the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 simultaneously, also enables us to monitor the implementation of the Doha Plan of Action. So, and indeed, as we deploy the IPRT, this is something that we are going to do more consistently. Furthermore, on Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, already there is, as everybody knows, a high level of alignment, 80 to 90%, between the two agendas. And as such, in implementing Agenda 2063, we are implementing Agenda 2030, and the reverse applies. The Division for Strategic Planning has undertaken an exercise indeed to try and identify those alignments. It goes even further than that, just a much more granular effort to try and understand what are the alignments between the SDGs and the 7 moonshots that the African Union have identified as the vehicles to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063. So that all of that effort again confirms the principle that the two agendas are aligned. So very, very valid point you've raised, distinguished delegate of Zimbabwe, which again, we will continue to try and identify opportunities to consolidate our work further and explore the linkages between everything that we do. Our Institute for Economic Development and Planning, EDEP, has launched, as Karima presented, this integrated capacity development program. Again, the effort there is to support, especially our ministries of economy and planning, with an integrated, holistic understanding of development planning, including foresight perspectives, so that we all look at planning not in a unidimensional way, but with scenarios, what if, including, of course, the impacts of climate change. So that's the overall effort that the organization is doing to provide you with an integrated support and understanding of issues. Thank you.
Merci. Donc,
Thank you.
on avait une présentation sur
Well,
le financement
we
du deuxième
had a
plan
presentation on the
de mise en œuvre
financing of the second 10-year plan with regard to Agenda 2063, and
présenté par
which is to be made
programme, dans le cadre du programme des infrastructures.
within the framework of the Infrastructure Development Program in Africa.
Le secrétariat m'a
Now,
informé que
Secretariat
nous n'avons pas reçu
advises
la présentation.
that the presentation was not submitted as of yet,
On va pas faire ce
and therefore
le
this
supprimé du-
agenda item will be deleted.
Ok. Honorable délégué, puisqu'on a
Honorable
supprimé
delegates,
ce point de l'ordre du
since
jour,
this agenda item was deleted, I believe
prendre une pause.
we deserve a break. I therefore invite you to take a break and be back in the room at 10:30. I do thank you very much.
Each year, the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development brings together the key leaders, policymakers, and experts to shape Africa's economic future. In 2025, the focus is advancing the implementation of an agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. This is more than just trade. It is about transforming policies into action, strengthening economies, and creating opportunities across the continent. But impactful change needs more than just discussion. It requires ideas, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. That is why the ECA Library is hosting the Knowledge Fair, a dynamic space where policy meets practice. Here you'll find success stories from across Africa, cutting-edge research and insights, opportunities to engage with experts and decision makers, and connections that drive real impact. The ECA Library is at the heart of this exchange, bridging knowledge with action, empowering policymakers, and shaping Africa's future. Join us at COM 2025, where we'll connect, learn, and build Africa's future together. Each year, the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development brings together the key leaders, policymakers, and experts to shape Africa's economic future. In 2025, the focus is advancing the implementation of an agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. This is more than just trade. It is about transforming policies into action, strengthening economies, and creating opportunities across the continent. But impactful change needs more than just discussion. It requires ideas, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. That is why the ECA Library is hosting the Knowledge Fair, a dynamic space where policy meets practice. Here you'll find success stories from across Africa, cutting-edge research and insights, opportunities to engage with experts and decision makers, and connections that drive real impact. The ECA Library is at the heart of this exchange, bridging knowledge with action, empowering policymakers, and shaping Africa's future. Join us at COM 2025, where we'll connect, learn, and build Africa's future together. Each year, the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development brings together the key leaders, policymakers, and experts to shape Africa's economic future. In 2025, the focus is advancing the implementation of an agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. This is more than just trade. It is about transforming policies into action, strengthening economies, and creating opportunities across the continent. But impactful change needs more than just discussion. It requires ideas, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. That is why the ECA Library is hosting the Knowledge Fair, a dynamic space where policy meets practice. Here you'll find success stories from across Africa, cutting-edge research and insights, opportunities to engage with experts and decision makers, and connections that drive real impact. The ECA Library is at the heart of this exchange, bridging knowledge with action, empowering policymakers, and shaping Africa's future. Join us at COM 2025, where we'll connect, learn, and build Africa's future together.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the brief video about the Knowledge Fair and some of the work we do here at ECA. We would now kindly like to invite you to take a coffee break downstairs at the lower level and also to view the Knowledge Fair while you are there. So coffee break is available for those who would like to partake of it or just stretch and have a health break. And at the same time, kindly do see the Knowledge Fair downstairs on the lower level. And we're coming back at 10:30 for the next session. Merci beaucoup. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you to take your seats so that we can continue with the proceedings. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, We hope you had a good coffee break or a good health break, as the case may be. We're now going to continue, and I would like to hand it over to the chair to continue with the proceedings. Thank you.
Honorable délégué,
Honorable delegates, we'll now move to another major segment of our meeting, during which the Executive Secretary of the ECA will deliver a brief statement. And as part of an interactive engagement or discussion with the participants, he will address the various activities carried out by the Commission during the period on the review. Now I would like to invite the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Claver Gatete, to issue his statement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I've never seen technology that is not fast. This one here is, takes quite some time. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, colleagues, Deputy Executive Secretaries, and others. Thank you so much. And sorry, I have not been with you. I just came back last night from New York, but I heard everything went well. And this was my chance just to also listen to you, especially the discussion on the theme, but at the same time discussing the global challenges that we are all facing. We know that in all our countries, we are almost facing the same situation. The issues of finance that is not sufficient, lack of access to concessional resources, the grants of recent, many countries have also reduced their grant, the aid that you are giving us. The debt levels are too high, and payment of debt levels of that kind of magnitude has implication on the macroeconomic management of our own countries. We know the issues of climate that everybody is facing, not only in Africa, but also globally. And that's why there has been quite a lot in terms of discussion on what can we do differently. The discussions on domestic resource mobilization, and of course, there are many tools that you are using, the G20, the FFD4 that most of you have also participated in, and now looking at the COP30 that is also coming, and the World Social Summit that is expected by the end of this year. These are the global issues that we are facing. And looking at the disruptions in trade that is happening and the global geopolitics, it is high time that we look inward, we look at ourselves, we look at what we need to do differently. And our blueprint, which is the CFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, is really something that is very critical for Africa if we can focus on that, which brings in together all African countries together in terms of trade. And the intra-Africa trade, but also trade with the rest of the world, where we need to build infrastructure, all the road, transport infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, the technology that we need, the industries that we need to make sure that we can add value to our products and make it competitive, but also to standardize to make sure that products which are produced in Africa, they meet the international standards. So I wanted just to hear from you what you have been discussing, but this area, this topic is very critical, and that's why the EC has been pushing on the regional value chain to make sure that for each of the products that we produce on the African continent can add value to that. We had identified, there are 94 identified regional value chains initially, but there could be more. And that's why we wanted to make sure that we work as partners together. There is the ECA, but there is also the African Union itself, Commission, and all the agencies, plus other partners in the financial world, the Africa Development Bank, the Afrexim Bank, We have all the financial development institutions that we have on the continent, and we have other partners also from outside, including the World Bank and the IMF, who are also partners. We want to make sure that this time, maybe the implementation is done differently. It's not only the government investing to implement the CFTA, but we want to see clearly the role of the private sector and what is preventing the private sector from investing in Africa. Then we can address it. If it is de-risking, then let's de-risk. If it is resources, let's look for the resources. But let's go into the implementation together. And I think we can do it from the experience that we have seen, and that's why partnership becomes very critical. So we want to hear from your own experiences and from the discussion that you've had here so that we can have a conversation. I think that's what I can say for now, but let's have an interactive discussion to hear from you as member countries, because at the end of the day, every country is affected by what is going on. Thank you so much.
Je remercie M. Gatete de sa déclaration.
Thank you, Mr. Gatete, for your statement. Honorable delegates, the floor is open.
Yes, I wondered maybe before anybody else, if you can start with the outgoing chair. I saw Mr. Buvumbe here. I'm trying to locate where each one is seated. Mr. Buvumbe, I know you always have something to say. Yeah, I think our team has to work on this technology. If you move at this rate, I don't think we can achieve the CFTA.
Well, thank you, Executive Secretary, for your opening remarks, which we note, and we have had quite some good discussions on this critical issue of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And I think the critical issues coming out going forward, I think we are on our own as Africa. We need to move forward and on this agenda. So in terms of what my observation looks like, I think there are institutional issues we have to address for us to move forward this very, very important agenda. Again, I strongly feel that at times Africa, our commitment to what we come up with really is an issue where we come up with such game changers, but the commitment from member states really becomes a critical issue. So these institutional issues we have to address, Executive Secretary, so that we have the full commitment of the member states. Because without that, I think we will be going round in circles. So that, to me, that's going to be fundamental. And then there are other issues where we have to ensure that our economies are prepared for this. I was discussing during the coffee break to say, what is the transition for Africa? And really the 94 regional value chains which we have identified, practically how do we move forward? Because in most times we identify all these issues, but the implementation and the practical steps for us to move forward, I think are found wanting. So I think as ECA, I think you have a big role to play assisting all of us to say step by step what are we doing, and there's accountability and there are practical deliverables. I think this is the other area where we keep on talking, but in terms of practical steps to achieve what we are looking at becomes very, very difficult or impossible. So yes, there are critical issues we have to put in together. I worry about the infrastructure. If there's no connectivity, the roads that you have mentioned, the roads, the rail, and then the fundamental enabler of energy. I think also we need to have concrete actions in that endeavor, including the value chains. The value chains will not move without energy. So again, we need that package to make sure that we deliver on these critical areas. I'll stop here, Executive Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Nwombe. There is someone else? Yes. Was it Morocco? Yes, please go ahead, Morocco.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Executive Secretary, well, first of all, I wish to thank you for all of the exchanges that we've entertained during the past 2 days and for the support provided by ECA to African countries in order to make tangible their development strategies and projects, particularly with regard to Agenda 2030 and 2063. These are very important agendas, and as they provide us with a speedy path to achieve our development goals, and knowing that there is a contrast in Africa in terms of the two-paced development momenta. And under the aegis of ECA, we can achieve very important levels of development by improving our knowledge through shared knowledge. I think that ECA's environment is the most appropriate and adapted environment in order to facilitate learning through and by each other. Therefore, I do think that cooperation means ought to be developed, and we should invest in coordination platforms and cooperation platforms. I am thinking, notably, as we discussed yesterday, of platforms and data that should be harmonized and granular for our countries, particularly when one speaks of economic integration, which is a topic that we are speaking to today, and also the topic of the upcoming conference. Therefore, to think of developing consistent and cohesive data platforms and databases on foreign trade as well as on economic indicators, and provide further data in order to inform development in terms of SDG and Agenda 2030 and 2063. This is very important. Yesterday, during a presentation, it was stated that African countries are doing a very good job 10 indicators out of 144. So I'd like to know whether these 144 indicators are properly informed by member states, and how many indicators do we inform on SDGs and Agenda 2063 versus the total number of indicators? Is it the same thing for all countries, as some countries are lagging behind and others are in advance? Therefore, it would be through the identification of such development gaps and data gaps that we would be able to inform political decision makers on policies, on priorities, as well as the decisions that we ought to make in order to ensure this development level, and ECA should ponder on the topic that we will be addressing next year, particularly with regard to technology and the climate. Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Executive Secretary and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Okay. Okay, sure. It's okay. It's okay.
Je donne la parole à la République démocratique du Congo. À vous la parole.
DRC, you have the floor.
Voilà. Bien. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif de la
Thank you, Executive Secretary of UNECA, for the kind words you have spoken, and as they are rich and informative. When you took the floor earlier, you talked about the 94 values that were already identified by ECA and how they would contribute to the development of our different countries by lifting various obstacles that we still face in the construction of the new African market, as well as the major challenges that are facing Africa. So, in order to face these challenges, we need to mobilize resources. However, also mobilizing these resources represent a challenge and finance in terms of financing our different projects. In other words, we are facing a real issue, which is that of financing. So within ECA, are there any innovative approaches that would allow for the mobilization of domestic and external resources in order to circumvent the difficulties we face in seeking funds and funds for all of Africa? It's not just a matter of an issue facing one or two African countries, but the entire continent. So this is my concern. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Executive Secretary, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. And I also especially want to thank the Executive Secretary for his statement. I particularly appreciate the fact that he said we should do things differently. And I pick on that strongly because it's true that as Africans, we should take our destiny into our own hands by doing things differently. And for me, doing things differently means we should position ourselves to do things differently. Making sure that we sit at the forefront of global agenda. Gratify that the absence of the chairman these past couple of days in our meetings was as a result of this commitment to make sure that Africa sits at the forefront of global agenda. So I thank the chairman and the commission for that. And also, we should set our own agenda and not be reactive to what others are doing. I think we must begin to think as Africans to set our own agenda. Look at our context, our constraints, and the opportunities that we have. We set our agenda to do things differently, things that suit us best and that can drive our development agenda forward, especially the 2063 agenda. And also, we should take leadership to have deliberate and honest conversation about what we want and where we want to be. I believe the ECA must be able to take this leadership and have deliberate conversations with institutions like the African Development Bank, the AU, and also other players that are working in the region on these matters
to make sure that we don't just react to what is happening elsewhere, but we position ourselves and we take deliberate actions to define our own destiny in line with what we want as Africans, in line with our constraints, but also the opportunities that we have. I believe if we begin to look back at ourselves and ask ourselves, is the global agenda in line with where we should go, or do we need to have a parallel agenda that should run with the global agenda? I just want to bring ourselves back to some memory about China. When the Washington Consensus were built, China decided to go on a two-track policy. They had the Washington Consensus aside, but they defined their own destiny as Chinese on the basis of what they want, on the basis of the constraints, and they have on the basis of their advantage and opportunities. And today we've seen where China is. Not everything that is defined out there will be applicable for Africa. Not everything that is defined out there will be able to take us where we want to be. There are differences, the contexts are different, and we are at different paths of our development. So therefore, as Africans, I think let's begin to look at that and see we develop parallel structures to work in line with what is happening elsewhere. Thank you. That's my submission.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Sierra Leone.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Your Excellency. We really feel that readiness to listen and understand the necessities and the needs of member states is the core and the base of course, leadership. A leadership who want to take things differently. And we really have seen practically what you have doing in many member states since you have arrived in a very short period of time, including in Eritrea, which is we appreciate and thank Your Excellency Chairperson, Executive Secretary. Thus, I think that is the core, actually, understanding the context of specific context of member states and making also necessary understanding in terms of their prioritization, because most of the time, Chairperson, also what some of our distinguished colleagues have mentioned is they have mentioned issues of connectivity, because physical connectivity, for instance, it could contribute in also other issues. Most of the time we go to either Europe or other countries just to go to our sisterly neighbors in African countries, just to go to Ouagadougou, just sometimes we go to Germany or other parts. So I think reducing bureaucratic hassles just in assistance in cooperating with member states is very important, because most of the time we spend much of time in just making feasibility studies, so it doesn't matter how much, but making it just practical and just to the context of member states in terms of prioritization and understanding their context and their needs rather than without value judgment. That is, I think, the overall point is how we can make fit to the purpose of member states, regardless of the amount or size of the assistance. That's the point. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Your Excellency.
Merci, honorable délégué.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate of Eritrea. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate of South Sudan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretary General, for the statement that you have given. I think for us as a continent, we have to take ownership of the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area and take it as a vehicle to achieve Agenda 2063, because as the only path to achieve that. Because for us as a continent, we have a lot of challenges, but we won't be dwelling on the challenges all the time, because wherever there are challenges, you also can transform such challenges into opportunities. So as a continent, we have to work on the challenges and transform them into opportunities that will help us achieve our dreams as a continent for better Africa and achieving a sustainable growth that will help us to move as a continent and be a player in the international stage. That's very important. And also to achieve the full implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area, we have a lot of things that we have to work on them as countries or collectively. For instance, standardization. We have to have a minimum requirements that we need for standardization of our products. So whenever we are trading, it will be acceptable, because when doing trade, there is, you can have a market access, but sometimes it's difficult to have a market entry. And that's what Africa is facing globally. We have all the resources that we need. And you see a lot of countries say, yeah, you can have access to market, but when you want to enter, the issue of standardization becomes a problem. So these are the things that we should work on them as a continent and make sure that we put our house in order, so that when we're trading to each other, everybody will have a market entry. Not to say that we have a market access only and without a market entry, because that will be a big challenge. So again, we should always think of the challenges of implementation more than putting all the theories that, yes, we need to do this and we need to do that. Because if we are not addressing the issues of implementation of continental free trade area, there will be a problem. So in that sense, we can also work with countries and make sure that the implementation is a reality, rather than put it as a hope always that we need to implement, we need to ratify, and we need to do this. So it is a high time now we work as countries with the help of UN Economic Commission for Africa, together with the African Union, to see how best we can implement the continental free trade area. Thank you.
Merci, distingué député.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of South Sudan. I now give the floor to Cameroon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Chairman, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Executive Secretary, for the honor you have shown to experts in order to exchange with us. So, Mr. Chair, we note that with over 60 years experience, support, and expertise provided by ECA in the structural transformation of economies, industrialization, and the development of substitution strategy, particularly as African countries had access to independence, they started asking questions in terms of the profile and parameters of their economy in order to be prosperous. So we've gone through relevant studies and produced by ECA. However, the finding that we have is that all of this experience and to capitalize on all such studies, schemes, and proposals did not really contribute to industrialize Africa, whereby nowadays our economies are faring as we know. So since the Executive Secretary spoke of an approach that ought to be different, what we propose is that the approach be mainstreamed or integrated. Certainly, we do have these studies, but we need to achieve synergy between ECA and other technical partners, but also financial partners, so that we be able to translate all such ideas into action and be able to have influence over the actions engaged by states and policies, so that all such studies be able to transform or contribute to structurally transform our economies. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate of Cameroon. Before I give the floor to the Gambia and Mozambique, I would invite the Executive Secretary to take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe before I start, I just wanted to give you a background so that we understand the urgency that our colleagues are mentioning, that we need to really implement our common market. You know, one has to go back and understand how it all came about. And as we go to these several meetings that we mentioned at the global level, we also have to go back to where we started. Because when the United Nations was established in 1945, they had to bring together the whole financial architecture that would work for everybody, and how we are all interdependent on each other. And at that point, most of our countries are not there because they are not independent. They never gave any kind of inputs into the new architecture, where they established the United Nations in New York, Britain institutions in Washington, and other UN agencies across in Europe, in Africa, and elsewhere. Now, when it came to this, the World Bank, the IMF, and others were supposed to help us in terms of development. There was also the aid that was system that was put in place, saying that some of the developing countries, like ours, if they have problems, they would just be assisted by aid. And then they will also have the support of the loans, concessional. That's why the IDA was put in place to assist some of our poor countries. And then the way it worked, we realized that the aid, as you all know in your own countries, it's actually conditional. There are certain conditions that come with it. I have been a finance minister myself, and I had to go through that. In terms of the conditions, it's not just free money. It may look as grant, but it's not free money. And because we're getting those resources that we are getting from grant, in terms of aid, or also the loans, somehow we didn't do much in terms of uplifting ourselves. The aid is supposed to be helping you to graduate and be on your own. And that means investing heavily into actually your domestic resources to generate your own income. Build your own taxation system that increases, and continuously, then you can win off the aid. Also to help you to build your own capital market, because there's no country anywhere that can be able to grow without a capital market, so that there are resources for the private sector. And then you start also doing the rating, because you don't necessarily have to borrow from these international financial institutions. You can also borrow from private sector, and especially through the capital market. But to do that, you need a credit rating that is credible, that can be able to assist you. Right now, that's why we're saying in previous meetings, that is unacceptable that from that time to now, on the whole African continent, you only have 2 investment-grade countries. South Africa, which was the third one, has gone back, and it is not acceptable. And that's why we need to work together and say, what has gone wrong for us to generate our own resources? How come we are still at 15.6% of GDP in terms of the tax? This is too low. Some of our countries are below 10% of GDP. This is not acceptable by any standards. for you to be actually competitive, you have to be at 25% of GDP at the very minimum. That's when you can sustain your own development. That's when you can go to whatever our colleagues were talking about, developing our model, but knowing that we can finance it. Looking at the pillars of development that we can focus on for each of the member countries. So that history has really kind of delayed us, for a long time. And where it became even challenging, it used to be so generous that if we had problems of debt, we are being assisted within the Paris Club. They would sit there because most of the debt was owed to the World Bank, to the ADB in case of Africa, and then also the rich world, especially from the West. So when they established the Paris Club, you'll go there and you find that almost all the debt, 90%, 80%, which are concessional, they are owed to those rich countries. And they will sit down and restructure and do everything to make sure that you are back again to performing. That time has gone. Now we're in a new world, whereby this time, because as your countries grow, you need more money, you need more resources. It means that it's no longer the Western countries that were rich by then, or the international financial institutions that were lending to us on a concessional basis, but now there is private sector. Most of our countries here have issued Euro bonds, from Ghana to Senegal to Kenya to Rwanda to Uganda, everybody. That means you are borrowing from the private sector at sometimes high cost. And then you also have other countries that have come in that were not, again, from the Paris Club members. China has been lending quite a lot, helping infrastructure because there was a gap in infrastructure. We have seen India, the same thing in those areas. All the Arab funds, 5 of them, they are ready in infrastructure and in other areas which are no longer being taken care of by the bilateral development partners. And we are seeing a different set of the debt and set of people. So bring them back together was a problem. And that's why the debt issue became quite serious. It's over 1 trillion, but now how do you bring all these people together in the current atmosphere that you all know, that have been following up, that is highly political because of what has been going on? It has become a challenge. And even the G20, which put together the common framework, it has a lot of gaps, which I think we have the ministers, the finance ministers have indicated, which ECA has led really in terms of negotiating, saying is a gap. There are few things that needs to be done. You cannot start negotiations and then keep paying interest. You cannot have this debt relief and ignore the middle income countries who also need the debt relief because they are trapped. They can't go. They become middle income countries, but they are in a trap and they cannot really grow. And you ignore them, then what happens? Because at the end of the day, we're all interdependent. So now, because of that, there was now the International Conference on Financing for Development, which saw that actually something needs to change. It started with in Mexico, in Monterrey, in 2002. That's when they sat down and they said, well, what has been going on, what was put together after the Second World War has changed completely. So we need to challenge what they called the Washington Consensus and come up with a new formula that works for everybody because countries are growing. And that's why they started having that meeting in 2002. They had another one in Qatar in 2008, and the one here in Addis Ababa in 2015, which also, now we are working on the fourth one to say what should be different. How do we do things differently in such a way that can serve our member countries? How do we reform not only the working, but also the institutions, as Mr. Buvumbi mentioned, the institutional arrangements? Because we are not there, the shareholding of IMF for the entire continent is equivalent to that of Germany. Do you think that is fair? It cannot be fair. Something needs to change. And there are many other workings that are not right for us. That's why we need to debate what needs to change, but at the same time, we need to look inward. And this kind of change was also really put in our common agenda. There is what we call our common agenda by the Secretary General. It's a document that is indicating the future reforms. And one of the future reforms was the Pact of the Future that was passed last year, that included the reform of the global financial architecture. And the Secretary General explained it clearly, and that's why the pact was adopted. Now we are into the implementation part of that pact. Now, looking at us on the African continent, whether we are looking for resources on the climate, on other concessional resources, they are not coming. And that's why recently, because of what is happening in our own global situation, especially the global conflicts, now we are seeing each country one by one reducing the aid. From the US to UK to Netherlands, you can mention them. The aid is declining. And I think we as Africans, we may as well forget about it and focus on trade and investment. And that's why this becomes crucial. Someone mentioned that we are on our own. We have to be on our own. We have to look inward and say, what can we do differently? Now, we have this blueprint, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The trading among ourselves has been in the range of 12 to 15%, almost for decades. And we need to do something about it so that this time we trade. But at the same time, we don't have to export raw materials. We have to add value to the final product. It has to meet international standards. And we have to put all those details of what is required for us to build a market together. And nobody is going to do it. And I think I liked what one of our colleagues, I think from South Sudan, mentioned. What is needed now is implementation. No matter how little it is, but let's implement it. Let's focus on implementation, because if we did, then every year we'll be making progress in these areas. So that's why we're saying that with that kind of background, we need to do things differently. We need to do things differently because we cannot continue to do the same thing the way we have been doing it and expect that the aid is going to come, expect that the concession resources are going to come. And if you have a problem of debt, that is going to be resolved by the rich countries. Now we are seeing that the situation has changed completely, and that's why we need to change. And that's why ECA has come up with, I would say, 4 areas. In January, in February, we had the Africa Business Forum. This time focused on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to say what is working or what can we do. We brought in the private sector, the financial institutions, and others to understand practically, beyond the statements that we make in conferences, what can we do. And this one here was trying to say, next year we should come up with clear products on what has been done, not repeating the same thing. Now we are having the Conference of Ministers for them to discuss really the issues that are concerning, and hopefully by the end of this conference, we can come up with a common position on what Africa thinks about what is going on beyond the normal resolution, but the ministers need to come up with a statement that can be taken forward to other levels, to other conferences. We are also having Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. It will take place in Uganda from 9th to 11th, but also there'll be so many other meetings starting before that. That's where we look at the Agenda 2030, Agenda 2063, and say, how do we share experience? What has worked in one country that can work in another? So that we can share and come up with Africa innovations on how to implement these kind of agendas which are very important for us. We are also having another one for research because we need advice to our member countries, applied research. And we're having another conference in June that is also going to, this time, bring all the think tanks together. But this time, not academic research. It's applied research that are going to inform decision making. And this would be our own contribution working with you as member countries and testing them in your own member countries, what works and what we think we need to change. So the issues that were mentioned by my good friend, Mr. Buvume, definitely we listen to you. And these are the institutions, issues have to be addressed, definitely. The Agenda 2030, the Agenda 2063, and sharing experience that has been mentioned by Morocco, indeed, this one is very, very important. We're having integration, which we started with the economic communities at the regional level. And we are having currently 8 of them. They have been having a common market. They have experiences on how to implement things. And now that we are bringing it to the continental level, we need to learn from each other, from the different economic communities, but also from our own member countries on what has been going on. So the target of 144 goals, which we are going to be discussing in Kampala, indicators, and why we are lagging behind. And we need to go one by one and see, at least for the one that we have chosen, trying to see which country has done better. And that's why, for example, things which have been debated about technology and AI, that's why we initiated a kind of research to understand which innovations are driven by AI. And we have come up with 307 innovations in Africa, with Eastern and Southern Africa leading in this area. These ones are the technologies in all I think they are in 8 areas, where they are making a difference, but each country is not talking to their neighbor to understand what is going on. And that's why it is very, very important that for us, we share the experiences. The issue that has been raised by DRC, which is very, very important. And it is saying we're in this kind of situation. Who do we turn to? Where do we go in terms of innovative financing tools that we can do? Yes, for example, when we had the challenges of climate, we had the green bonds, we had the blue bonds, we had the sustainability-linked bonds, and some of them were actually even cheaper. And that's why you're saying we need to come up with innovative way of doing things or mobilizing resources. But not all the resources can be mobilized outside. We can mobilize them inside by saying what do we need to change in terms of taxation. How do we do taxation in terms of management? How do we digitize? How do we bring the whole host of the informal sector into the formal sector? What do we need to do differently? What incentives do we give and how do we target our incentives? So that they are not just blanket incentives where everybody is benefiting, but we don't see the taxes coming in. So there are many issues that we need to do in terms of looking inward. And then for the capital market, the stock exchange, how many products do we have on those stock exchange? How do we make sure that the stock exchange are bigger? For example, there is one experiment that we had done in East Africa, where we linked the stock exchanges of Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania with the World Bank support in terms of the common trading platform. It's not yet now started to work properly, but by bringing those ones together, it means the outside investors would find this one as a viable market where to put in their money and invest in those kind of stock exchanges if they work properly. And here we also have to look at the size. That's why you have the small ones which are scattered, but sometimes with 2 products, with 10 products. When smaller countries with a few million people like Jamaica, it's having almost people, the companies that are listed on their stock exchange, almost equivalent to half of what is listed on Africa. And this is a small country. And that's why we need to do things differently to make sure that we can mobilize the resources. This is the meeting where we can discuss in terms of what are the innovative financing instruments that we can put in place. And that there's no other place other than this one for us to debate and be able to come up with a checklist for the member countries on how they can mobilize their resources. Sierra Leone, you've really mentioned, and this is quite frustrating. The country, all our countries are very rich, very, very rich. And for Sierra Leone, you are even richer than, more than maybe average. I know your country very well. That from Kairahun to Makeni to Kenema to everywhere, the minerals that have been there for many, many years. Who has benefited from that? Who owns them? They are owned by foreigners. And that's why we need to come back and say, well, with all the riches that you have, vis-a-vis your population, what can we do differently? When I was talking to your Minister of Finance, and we are talking with this, the Africa Legal Framework, whatever it is in ADB, and we said, Why don't we go there and package it together and see how to revise it, how to do it in such a way that it can cater for Sierra Leoneans? Because you have all the resources that is needed, but you're not the only one. Each of you people who are here, you have all the resources. When you say you have 30% of the minerals here on the continent, you can imagine the project that we are trying to do from DRC and Zambia, the one for batteries and value chain. If we did it properly, it would be an example of what is possible for Africa to deliver. And that's why it is very, very important for us to say, with all the riches that you have, with all the agricultural land that you have, why should we import food? For all the minerals that we have, what can we do differently? And so when you talk about the regional value chain, that's exactly what we are talking about. So that's why we are saying that we need to make sure that we understand that these are our own resources, but what do we need to do to make sure that they work for us, they work for everybody. And the point that you made, that we have to be on the table when you're discussing these issues, that's why we need that whatever comes from this kind of conference today and tomorrow and next week, it should go to the global level so that we have our own say in what is going on. If you are not there, then you should not complain afterwards. And that's why we need to be at that table in those kind of conferences. That's why ECA is supporting the African Union here as a knowledge partner for the G20. That's why we have been now supporting South Africa for the G20 to make sure that we can raise our voice, to make sure that we can also add inputs into that. We are almost in every forum, including now in April when you go to Washington, D.C., and be able now to talk to the Britain institutions and others to raise our voice, to explain what is to amplify the African voice. That one is very, very important because if you're not in the room, I think you are not, you don't count. What our colleague from Eritrea, doing a few things that matter, and Eritrea, we've been working together on several fronts, especially on statistics, on energy. But what we saw in Eritrea that is very, very important, that will be a very good experience for you as member countries, that even ourselves we didn't know. When we visited, we found they have more than 800 dams for irrigation, more than 800 dams. Within the current climate change, you cannot do agriculture without really having irrigation. But this time they have more than 800 dams. And each dam, there is a solar panel, there is solar that is helping to pump the water for irrigation. If Eritrea has done it with their own engineers from Asmara University that were trained there, and they have done it and they have succeeded, why can't we just replicate that to other countries? It's very, very important. And also whatever, for example, the rice here in this country, the wheat, if you see how much they have done in Ethiopia, then you'd wonder, why can't other countries do the same? They are doing the same, they're also doing irrigation. And now they are the major exporter for this. If you see what they are doing for cut flowers, it's the same thing. If you see what they are doing for leather value chain or the beef value chain in Botswana, it's just incredible. If they have succeeded, why can't other countries do the same? So when you talk about cocoa in Ghana and Ivory Coast, and really it's very, very unfortunate that someone else is claiming that we are the ones doing the chocolate, when actually the cocoa comes from Ghana and Ivory Coast, majority of them. What is needed for us to be able to do to change this? And this is possible. So I really, what Cameroon mentioned, what South Sudan mentioned, definitely we agree with you. But I think what matters is what South Sudan mentioned. For whatever we believe in that can work, for what we know, why don't we implement? Why don't we just implement rather than talking about it? Sometimes when you repeat yourself, you wonder whether repeating yourself is really implementing something. But I think what is lacking is for us to be able to do at least what we know. Because at the end of the day, we are now on our own. Whether you believe it today or tomorrow, we are on our own. We need to do things differently. Let me stop here and maybe listen to other colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dear Executive Secretary, we will now take more questions and now give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the Gambia. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you very much for your presence, Executive Secretary. I want to comment on two items, AFCFTA and debt. On the area of AFCFTA, I know for the past 3 days we deliberated on a number of important areas, and then there are real deliberation on the issue of infrastructure, roads, infrastructure, and also the air. So what I may want the Executive Secretary to comment on is regarding the shipping lines. So I know what efforts has been in those areas also to, complement the areas of road and air. So this we found to be very important because we have waterways. Perhaps we may not need to reconstruct that, but to have, shipping lines that could also facilitate movement. Though, of course, we mentioned about the movement of people, which are maybe low-hanging fruit, but it's getting, even tighter as we move forward. We expect it to be easier, for us to move from one of our countries to the other. So on the debt side, we also notice that, of course, the cost of borrowing is quite prohibitive in Africa. So partly, associated with credit ratings. So there are work on the credit rating agency or institutions in Africa. So also want to know how advanced is that. I know that in late last year, FDB was working on a project, and then these discussions were held at the STC, in Nigeria, so to make some progress in those areas. So, because the credit agencies have a lot of effects on the way we borrow and the cost of borrowing. So the case of Ghana is one, where, use of credit agents credit rating, affected the debt servicing, and of course, resulting to partly, it contribute partly to it. So these are the two areas, discipline lines and the areas of credit agent institutions in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of the Gambia. I now give the floor to Mozambique. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the message we get from the discussions is commitment, commitment, commitment. We need strong commitment from all member states. Yes, we are on our own. Yes, these are challenging times with the reduction in financial assistance to Africa, increase in debt. There is a risk of us losing track if we don't put our efforts together. But as challenging these times might be, the future for Africa is very bright. We have a young population, and we need to take advantage of that and not let it become a constraint. We have abundant resources, as it was mentioned by my colleagues, and all we need to do is to ensure that these resources are used for the benefit of the continent. At the times that the rest of the world is engaging in a trade dispute, Africa can use this opportunity to fast-track the intra-African trade. For that, we need sound infrastructure, skilled labor, and strong institutions. We need an environment where the private sector thrives. We have pension funds, sovereign funds, and other funds that we can use to develop our capital markets and help finance our infrastructure and our development. The discussions during these meetings have been very fruitful, and I think I will not be mistaken if I say that we leave very inspired. in order to implement the recommendations so that we can have the Africa we want, a very prosperous Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, distingué délégué du Mozambique.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Mozambique. Now I give the floor to the Kingdom of Morocco. Kingdom of Morocco, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair.
Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif.
Dear Executive Secretary, my dear brothers and sisters of Africa, I'd like first and foremost to applaud the quality of our discussions that started since Wednesday. We often recall, and duly so, that the main wealth of our continent is its human capital, not to mention what the feeling of belonging that we're proud of. We are always learning from each other, and this is to the benefit of everyone. Coming back on the theme of the session, we always bear in mind that what brings us together today is finding a way through transformative ideas to adopt the necessary steps in order to address and enforce the implementation of the AFCFTA to the benefit of our economies and, of course, our people. I was saying earlier that one of our greatest strengths and wealth is the intrinsic wealth of our continent, and that is why I am now raising before you or presenting before you an initiative for experience sharing that was recently launched by the Kingdom of Morocco in connection to the continental integration, touching on customs. God knows that our customs administrations play a significant role in the achievements and overcoming the challenges we're facing in implementing or establishing the AFCFTA. This initiative or program that we dubbed Africa Stands is a platform for experience and expertise sharing on the latest issues, digital customs, smart controls, predictive analysis, AI applied to customs. And I am pleased to announce that this program has already been embraced by a number of friends, among which the Gambia, Gabon, Cabo Verde, Burundi, and we hope to scale it up progressively. Of course, I'll not fail to mention that this initiative was crafted in alignment with community action programs and cooperation programs that are already set in place at the level of the AU and the AFCFTA Secretariat. I'd like to end by once again congratulating ourselves for this partnership that we have launched, and even from the very first day, that is the protocol of agreement signed 1 month ago between the Secretariat and the AFCFTA on the establishment of the AFCFTA. I am sure that we will find its positive advantages soon. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate from Morocco. Sierra Leone has asked to take the floor. Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Executive Secretary about the issue of domestic revenue mobilization that he brought up. He mentioned about the tax effort of most African countries being very appalling, and that's true. As he rightly said, I think we need to look at things differently. We need to look at the way how we mobilize revenue internally. And this is most important now that we know there's a lot of uncertainty in the global world regarding what is happening with the new world order that the new American administration is bringing. the dwindling of aid and the uncertainty that is created around the world, I think we need to focus and refocus and look at what we're doing in Africa. For domestic revenue mobilization, we need to look at various issues. I think we must agree and acknowledge and accept that one of the biggest challenges with revenue mobilization in Africa is corruption. I don't think we should shy away from that. Corruption is one of the biggest problems, and part of the reason why at times we see why we don't own our own destiny when it comes to our own resources. What are the incentives? What is motivating people to do things differently, to do things in the wrong way? I think we need to build strong institutions that should address the issue of corruption. I know we have the issue of the tax mix. It's a problem because we have different taxes. Property tax, personal income tax, and corporate tax, which is different from what the West has. But our tax system is a tax system that we inherited, that has been designed for us to run, that may not be adequate for what we have. For instance, if we are saying we raise taxes from property tax to see, who are the owners of the properties? These are the well-placed people, the politicians, the one that can influence decisions in their favor. So if we're going to design tax policies, these are the critical questions we need to look, and we ask ourselves questions and be honest to ourselves. Otherwise, we'll keep on looking at issues and blame the wrong things. I think let's go back and try to understand what is happening with informality. Informality is growing drastically, but at the same time, we're not getting the benefit in terms of revenues. And why is that so? We need to ask the question and see, how do we ensure that we design a tax regime that should be able to derive something from informality, not necessarily making them formal. It's good to make them formal, to bring them, but it will take time to have everybody being formal. So let's begin to look at initiative, being creative, to work with trade associations, to work with bodies that work with these informal organizations to make sure that we raise enough revenue from the informality. And our commitments and actions to address domestic revenue mobilization issue must be deliberate. I was happy that His Excellency, the Executive Secretary, pick on what the Southern Sudan delegate said in terms of implementation. I think we need to show commitment about the implementation of what we know, what are the challenges with domestic revenue mobilization. Let's go back and sit down and discuss, raise up all these issues. ATAF is doing a lot of work, is doing a good job, but I think we need to be honest and identify these challenges. We identify that corruption is one of the biggest challenges, both within and outside, and see how we can design policies that should address corruption to tackle all of these issues. That's my submission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Sierra Leone. I give the floor to the observers. It's 198. Observer 198. Thank you, Chair. Your Excellency, Executive Secretary of the ECA, I would like to congratulate you for inviting us and for the warm welcome and for the quality conference and for the reports of the work done by you. I'd like to say that I'm proud as an expert and a university lecturer and a citizen of Morocco that we're proud to host the agreement. And we are proud that our brothers and sisters in Africa accepted unanimity. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that the Bureau of North Africa has had excellent relations with Moroccan universities. In that regard, I suggest that you visit our Moroccan universities next year during the COM58 and my university and deliver a speech on the implementation of AFCFTA, its importance, and explain that to the students of Morocco. Direct question, Your Excellency. The ECA, does it have a strategy to establish the society, the African Society of Knowledge? That's number one. Number two, does the ECA have a strategy to help African universities to become channels of sensitization and acceleration of training of skills to fast-track the implementation of AFCFTA and the transformation of African economies? I know that IDEP is doing an excellent job in that direction, but it needs means, better means, more means, and room for maneuver to have relations with more universities at the continental level. I thank you, Your Excellency. I thank you, Chair. Thank you. So I give the floor to 198. Please introduce yourself before you take the floor. 191. Thank you. 151, I think. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mahongora Kawiwa from the ITUC Africa, the Continental Labour Movement. Allow me first to thank the Chair for the opportunity, and in the same vein also thank the Executive Secretary for allowing himself to come and engage. We experience this kind of approaches in very few leadership style, but we have to commend you on that. And I hope that your approach, being inclusive, is also very much commendable. But we want to applaud on you so that this kind of approach can cascade down to the sub-regional and all the other structures at the national level, where the member states and citizens engage and they come up with a comprehensive directions on where to take the continent forward. Coming to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, we have observed that the various protocols are very silent on labor and social protection. And I think that there is no trade without labor. And the silence of the various protocols in this regard, it might leave the vulnerable groups very behind, which are women, youth, people with disabilities, and migrant workers. So it's very important that from the labor movement, continental labor movement, we are looking forward to a support so that there will be a protocol on labor developed, so we don't leave it behind. The other component is the issues of informality. How do we deal with, I know that the Executive Secretary have spoke about it, but he spoke from the angle of tax. We are speaking from the angle of trying to get them out of vulnerability so that they can have a better life and also benefit from the gains that we might get from the Africa Free Continental Agreement. This cannot be overemphasized, that AfCFTA is one of the very, very lucrative tool to drive the African transformation. So as a result of that, of course, everybody should be on board, and we have to harness the social dialogue approach where no one is left behind. I know that the continent is faced with a high youth unemployment, but we have to turn that into opportunity, especially as we are discovering new ventures, being green, being AI, and many more. So we have to bring our youth on the negotiating block. The other one is the issues of Africa negotiating as a block. When we are dealing with other continents when it comes to trade, we need to explore that, because we have seen it, or we have learned it from IPA, the economic partnership with Europe, that some countries went as one, and Europe is a block. So we need to see how best we can move in that regard. Coming to conclusion, I think I have to borrow this from the ECOSOC, document where they say that transforming international development cooperation from global dialogue to action. I think we have been very much discussing, and we'll continue discussing. We need to have now put our car in the first gear so that we can start moving. I thank you, Chair and Executive Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. I give the floor right now to 284, 290.
Merci.
Many thanks.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thank my colleagues for those relevant interventions. I would wish to make a proposal, Chair, whereby today we should think in terms of industrial strategy today, global industrial strategy for Africa. And this is a concept which is very difficult to undertake. Why? Because simply given the dimension of the continent and given the difficult management of the continent, we suggest that we draw inspiration from experiences from other countries. If we look at Asia, we see that that continent established a strategy developed by Japanese, Kanan Akamasu, the Japanese, and it was planned to make sure that industrial development is done in accordance with the draw the worst of each region must have a leader. That's what it means. It enables us today to think about the development of Africa in terms of regions, regional integration. Each region must draft, three countries with complementarities, three countries which are similar, so that they can be the head of this droit sauvage, as she's calling it. Industrialization must be done by stages and in accordance with the level of each country. This would enable us to create jobs because the businesses would need to delocalize and go elsewhere. In an example, by way of example, South Africa and Kenya can be leading countries with the technological advancement. This delocalization of firms can be done and moved to other countries of the region from those two countries. That's my suggestion, and thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam, for your comments. I'd like to give the floor to Senegal. Thank you very much, Chair. Permit me to congratulate you for your excellent stewardship of our deliberations. I thank the Executive Secretary for the exhaustive assessment he has made with regard to the situation of our economies, notably debt management, the insufficiency of infrastructure, and the strong dependence of exportation of raw materials. In that regard, Chair, what we see is that AfCFTA offers an opportunity whereby it would enable us to trigger inter-African trade, which is about 14% right now, and as a result, be able to improve economic growth and thereby improve the lives of the people. Now, for the successful implementation of these projects, such as AfCFTA, we should prioritize things like industrialization and diversification of our economies to make sure that we achieve dependence. The other priority would be to dwell on infrastructure and optimally implement PAP2, which covers the period from 2021 to 2030. This one should be one of the priorities. And in that regard, there should be synergy of action between the UNECA, the AU, and AUD and NEPAD. These are necessary to ensure that this implementation of the second phase is done ably. Now, given that during the first phase, the rate of achievement was very, very poor. It was about 40%, quite low. We think that this synergy of action is necessary, notably for ensuring that we obtain appropriate funding for the development of infrastructure in Africa. I thank you, Chair. Many thanks, distinguished delegate of Senegal. I'll give the floor right now to Eswatini. Yes, we have Côte d'Ivoire after that. So we have two speakers because the executive secretary has other commitments after this. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to add my voice. Greetings to His Excellency, the Executive Secretary. I've listened keenly to some of the deliberations that are critical that have happened over the past 2 days. And I must say that it goes without saying that to advance the implementation of the agreement, it requires a multi-stakeholder approach, which is something that has been discussed. However, something that has not come out very clear, although it was in some of the reports, is the importance of air transport in enabling, the agreement. Air transport is something that is not a nice to have. It's a socio-economic enabler. And we speak about SATAM, and I heard, some of the reports that had something about SATAM. But if I ask people in this room, how many really know what SATAM actually is? And how many really know its benefits? And how many really know what it actually is about? What is the Yamoussoukro decision? You find that some people don't really know. They know what it means. Air connectivity is something that is critical if we were to even improve in Africa. And I think this is something that, we all know. However, I find that some critical partners are not in this meeting. Who is the executing agency of SATAM? It is the African Civil Aviation Commission. And I believe that their report is critical to this meeting to understand some of the work that they've done and some of the challenges that they've had. But their reports, you find COMESA has a report on SATAM, the UNECA has a report on SATAM. I see I'm from the South, so SADC has a report on SATAM. All these conversations are happening in silos. And I ask myself, we all know what to do, but why aren't we doing it? Which means each and every one of us, all these organizations, all these entities need to come together in one room. We cannot discuss about trade without having the executing agency of SATAM here, because they're critical. It's something that we need to know. Morocco has invited us next year for the next meeting. To get to Morocco, we will each understand, coming from the South, what it will actually take for me to get to Morocco. And that's when we will really know that, okay, this thing is really difficult. So we have all these deliberations, Your Excellency, and I'm just hoping that this is something that now, because we know what the problem is, get the right stakeholders in the room and let SATAM be something that is incorporated in the economic policies of each and every country. We've got 48 signatories, I saw, of the AFCTA, but we only have 38 signatories for SATAM. And even in terms of those 38 signatories, not all of them are actually even implementing it. It was just an agreement that was signed, but none are really implementing it. And I truly believe that as we deliberate and as we talk about digitalization, air transport, we cannot leave it behind. I'm from the aviation sector, and everywhere you go, they're talking about SATAM. I was invited to speak to the European Parliament. They were asking me about SATAM. I go to other places, they're talking about SATAM. Even partners that are not African are speaking about SATAM, meaning we all understand the importance, but we're actually not doing anything with regards to air transport. And so I think this is something that I think is important to come to the forefront. And it's something that we need to get all the partners that are involved. I asked my colleagues from my country, and I was asking them, some are from trade, some are from commerce, some are from economic planning. What really is SATAM? They don't know. But we're meant to be the implementers. So I really believe that something needs to happen. Perhaps something that has never really happened before, and a new approach is needed with the right sort of partners. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the opportunity.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Eswatini. The last speaker is Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor, Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Ivorian delegation, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity you have given us to take the floor. Côte d'Ivoire would like to draw your attention to 3 areas of concern. Only 3, Chair, because just as one head of state said, in the developing countries, all the areas are priority areas, or pillars are priority pillars. So we have to make a choice. So we have chosen only 3 elements which we consider priority areas. The first one is the observation of a phenomenon of deindustrialization in Africa. Number 2, education, on which I would like to draw the attention of the ECA to our education system, which is, deteriorating in many countries. The third one, I raised it yesterday, but since the answer that I was expecting from the Secretariat didn't come, probably due to lack of time, I'd request that you allow, Chair, that I again bring back this item to the table. And, I want the suggestion of the ECA, the opinion of the ECA on the issue I raised yesterday. That's the risk, which is in the framework of the implementation of AfCFTA, within the framework of the opening of our economies. We see a risk which exists, where the foreign strong multinationals, which have a lot of capital, end up taking all the advantages of the AfCFTA. I raise this question because I'd like to have the opinion of the ECA, which is our advisor as far as states are concerned. Now for details. Now in the first item, all statistics show that since 1970s to date, the small advantages in the area of industrialization that we have had in many countries is an advantage where we have, I think things have been decreasing, even to the area of manufacturing. And here we see that we are experiencing deindustrialization in Africa. Are we giving away the minerals to the secondary sector? The contribution of the 3 sectors, the fundamental 3 sectors in the creation of wealth. Here we see that in the primary sector, we have had some progress. Our primary sector is to an extent consistent, which is good as far as the economies are concerned. But we must have growth of the secondary sector. But what we see is that from the primary sector, we skip the secondary sector and we go to the tertiary sector. It is true that this is an advantage that we can obtain, just as the Executive Secretary, Mr. Antonio Pedro, the Assistant Executive Secretary, said that we should lay emphasis on the tertiary sector. I understand that, but we know that, sometimes we don't admit
in the G20 because some countries of G20 are very strong. But we note that the industrial area is not consistent. These countries are not in the OECD. These are countries which have an industrial base which is very strong and which are considered to be strong economically. So the observation of Africa is the issue. The observation in Africa is the issues which I've raised. Is Africa refusing industrial development? Is Africa in the process of skipping the secondary sector? Now, when we look at the contributions of sectors in the creation of GDP, most of the states from primary sector, and then they move straight to the tertiary sector. It is true that some countries, such as the UAE countries, such as the Gulf countries, succeed in such a phenomenon by escaping the secondary sector and develop activities which are in the area of the tertiary sector. But, you know, if you reserve the Industrial Revolution in the first place, the digital revolution has skipped us. And in artificial intelligence, again, we don't say much about it. So I wish that we think about all these. Is it good to skip the secondary sector when we look at the structure of the economies of the states? That's the first concern, Chair. The second concern is on education. We know that education enables us to have human capital which is sufficiently well developed to take on the development of economies. Number two, it enables us to have the second element which is important, which developing economies, that is technology, research institutions, capacity to discover things. And when I read the report a few weeks back, I looked at the capacity of countries to innovate. We noted that Côte d'Ivoire, for instance, we have a capacity of producing our products, which is up to the level of 2. And I think that probably this is not the case for other countries. So I think that education can give us one, human capital, which is quite well trained and established, and then it's capable with the support of the university world, and I commend people who are here through research. It can ensure that we can receive the second element, which is technology. We observe that IMF says that growth obtained by African countries is good, but it would have been even multiplied by 2 or doubled up to 60%, that the rate of growth that we see in a developing country would have even been raised and divided up to 60%. If we combine the two factors very well, these two factors are quality of work and technology. So lack of technical progress is an obstacle to the true growth of the rate of growth that we need. The rate of growth is good, but it is insufficient. It is due to the lack of technology. Distinguished Delegate of Côte d'Ivoire, please. The Executive Secretary would like to take the floor because he has other commitments. To summarize, education is going to give us strong human capital and will enable us to have technology that's necessary for our economy. The second element, Executive Secretary, I want to remind us that I observed yesterday that in our continent, especially in Côte d'Ivoire, and this is an issue of concern, we observed that the annex on the rules of origin in the provisions which are within, they say there that any company, any firm, whether African or European or American or from Asia, which settles in Africa and is able to produce goods which are substantially able to bring in African elements from African origin. Therefore, those products would benefit for all the advantages in the 4 sectors of Africa. Now, the question that we ask and we would like to have an answer here, what does the ECA and the committee think of that, about that?
Okay, je donne la parole à...
I'd like to give the floor to the Executive Secretary so that he can respond to the different comments and observations made. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think our team should be able to look into this. We cannot have a meeting of ministers when it's taking such a time in terms of really transition. This is not, I think we can do something about it. So if we are talking about technology, I think we should also master how to use it. Yeah, thank you so much. Colleagues, I would have wished to stay longer, but really I don't have the time. And that's why we are pushing our distinguished delegate from Ivory Coast to really speed up, because my colleagues will stay behind. Maybe they can discuss far more. I'll try to answer as many questions as possible, but the most difficult ones, I'll leave them for my deputies. I have DS Anan, I have DS Pedro here. They can handle them. They are more informed than me. So now, for the issue that was mentioned by our colleague from the Gambia, and it also comes to what even Eswatini was mentioning. We need, if you look at Europe, going from any country to another, it is so easy that you have two options. You can go by air, where there is enough, and it's the common market. You can just move anywhere. Or you can go by train. All the trains are interconnected so that you can move as fast as possible. And when you have free movement of people, you have the air transport, you have the road transport, there are roads, you also have the rail transport that is there. It makes life easier. And that's why we are saying that within this context of CFTA, we need to have integrated infrastructure that are linked. In terms of financing the infrastructure, one of the big, maybe, I would say, problem that we are having is that everything falls on the back of the government. Government designs, the government is planning, government is financing. But we need to bring in the private sector to invest money and make money. And really, there is no reason why the private sector cannot get involved into financing the rail transport that we know of, into the air transport that we need. It cannot only be the government, it can be the private sector. And that's why we are trying to see, how do we bring in the private sector? And all of you have ideas on how this can be done. The risking is one factor. Giving them the long-term contract, 25, 30 years for them to recoup their own benefits. The agreement that we sign with them, how do we make it in such a way that really we bring in the private sector? That becomes very, very important. And the issue that was mentioned, maybe I'll come back to it, by Eswatini on air transport, that was also mentioned by the Gambia, is critical now because it is a low-hanging fruit. This is what can help us now. If we solve certain roadblocks that are preventing it from working, while we try to invest in other hard infrastructure, air transport can work for us if we address the issues of the free, air transport system that we have been working on. But I'll come back to that. Now, the issue of the borrowing, the cost of borrowing, the credit rating, we are working with Africa Peer Review Mechanism and UNDP, ECA. We are now coordinating to see how we assist every country to know at which stage you are in terms of your credit rating. Because the way it used to, I was telling people in New York when we went there, and I was saying that every time when I was the Minister of Finance, at least, I know that whenever IMF is in town, everyone knows that IMF is in town. Every ministry is asking questions, the government, the leadership. But whenever the rating agencies are in town, nobody notices that they are actually around. Because the IMF was coming with money. Once they clear you, You know, you can get money from the bilaterals, you can get money from international financial institutions, and yet we ignored the credit rating agencies. And in most cases, they don't reside in the country. They don't understand your culture. They don't understand your environment. And then you don't put much effort into questioning what they are producing. And also given the fact that the credit rating agencies are not rated themselves, they are not, I would say they are not supervised by anybody. There is no regulator for them. Then whatever they do, they finish the job, but it has implications for our own countries. And that's why we are trying to deal with them as well and others to see. China has had now its own credit rating agency. Japan has had its own credit rating agency. We're also working with one of them, ours. But what this means is putting pressure on others to make sure that they can do things right. They can understand our environment because our countries' leaders, they're the ones running the countries. So they understand the implication of the decision they take. And for the credit rating agencies to understand what we go through is very, very important. So that's why for us, we are assisting the countries now. Time has come to assist them at least to move from one level to another until they reach a grade that is where they can raise money cheaply. So this is the work that we are doing together. But also for the debt management that you mentioned, you know, the capacity that we give is for the entire macroeconomic management that you look at. And as you know, the different areas, the fiscal side, the productive sector, the balance of payments, the monetary side, but the debt, already at least we have a software. The DMFAS software, I'm sure that you have it in your own countries, for those who are coming from the Ministry of Finance. It was developed by UNCTAD, and it has worked perfectly. I have personally used 4 of them, but this one here was very, very good, easy to use, and this is what is being used by most of the countries. So it is easy to actually advise you. It gives you all the information that you need to know, and then from there you can take decisions based on that. Now, for Mozambique, it is really, the questions you mentioned are very important, but I wanted just to start with the climate change, because even now at this point in time, Mozambique, there is quite a lot of flooding that is taking place. There is a cyclone. In 2023, it costs you 15% of GDP on your economy because of the flood. And there is where the work needs to be done is what we do about it. This is one issue which maybe is not up for discussion at this moment in time, but the issues that you mentioned, which are also mentioned by others, especially the illicit financial flows. You know, someone mentioned it, I think corruption is very big, it's real. And sometimes we are victims of ourselves. And when we say it and then leave, nobody does anything about it. We need to do something about it. And that's why last time when went to South Africa for the G20, we took off some time to go and meet with former President Mbeki, who was helping us on illicit financial flows. We want to start now, update the illicit financial flows, come up with a document, table it within the African Union Summit, so that heads of state can be able to take decisions. Because at the end of the day, for us here, we are quality advisors, but we need the leadership. We need the political will from the top. We need to make sure that we address these issues, but we want to make sure that we come up with something that is very convincing, and that's why we'll be working with the former President Thabo Mbeki on these illicit financial flows. But at the same time, we need to create a conducive environment where we can benefit from our own resources. The insurance resources are quite heavy. The pension funds, the sovereign risk funds, if you put them together, we have resources. But you cannot simply put pension fund in an environment that is highly risky. That's why de-risking that environment becomes very important to say, where do we use this money and what measures do we have to put in place? It becomes very, very critical, and that's what we have to work together with you. This year, of course, we initiate what is possible, then present it to you and see how do we move forward, because it takes two to tango. For Morocco, we are looking at some of the middle-income countries, and especially how they can keep growing. Sometimes we focus on so many things, and we end up not being scattered, and we cannot do anything. For example, if Morocco would focus on about 5 things. One is the gas pipeline that you have from Nigeria that goes all the way to Morocco, passing through so many countries. The impact of that gas pipeline has a huge impact on our energy for so many of the countries along the border, along the way. The second issue is the energy, the solar and wind energy, the 1.5 gigawatts that you're working on for the undersea cable that will go to UK, that later on will go to other countries in Europe. This is a big project, which is very critical, which is for clean energy. The other one is fertilizer, of which you've also proved yourselves together with other countries that you have that kind of capacity. Now we are talking about some of the projects, for example, Zambia, Zimbabwe, where we need a lot of fertilizer, that we want to have that one as a basket that can really be able to come up with a big project. Now, the fertilizer, because we know that you have the most phosphate in the world that can really have an impact on fertilizer. And we are saying if we can focus on this and support all the other African countries in terms of really Africa producing our own food, this would be a very critical input for that. You're also focusing on technology and automobile. And the automobile, that's why we're working with the DRC, Zambia, so that it can also feed the automobile for electric vehicles in Morocco. And that way of working together is really Pan-African, that we can do that. If I go to Algeria, I would say the same thing in terms of the riches that they have and how to transform and picking about 4, 5 things, rather than going into everything. And at the end of the day, it becomes very difficult, very, very difficult to implement because you don't have all the resources that we need. So every country has really what it can do, depending on your comparative advantage. And I think that's where we need to focus. Few things, which will be the pillars of development, and then other things can be done. But these are the ones that create big employment. Rather than small, we can have the SMEs and others, they become suppliers. They also feed into this. But you need some of the big projects that are heavyweight, that can be able to attract others. Sierra Leone, I agree, definitely, that corruption is there. We all know it. The illicit financial flows that you have talked about, yes, we know that it is there, and we've talked about it in conferences, but at the end is there. And that's why we're saying we need to come up with something that's going to be adapted, implemented, and followed up by the heads of state. That's the project that we're working on, that we're going to work on now to update what we already have. And that way then, because, well, when you're in the Ministry of Finance, you see these things on tax authority. You see these things that we put in place and how the leakages come about. And to really see them, one of the things was technology. It was a big contributor. In my country, Rwanda, the problem that we already had, just let me start with the basics. Paying just electricity bills to go to everyone. There are people who in our own countries who are very important. We don't simply go in there, to ask for them to pay very easily. And other institutions which are quote unquote also untouchable. So we have those things in our own countries and we cannot receive ourselves. But when we put together a system that of technology, of cash power, then it doesn't matter whether you are a company, whether you are an individual, whoever important you are, you buy your own electricity. It's cash power. So you cannot say someone refused to give me power, it's you to buy it. And we are left with few government offices of which we said there has to be an arrangement. And that arrangement works. So if you don't put technology in place, it becomes a problem. When we introduced the electronic billing machines, which are now everybody must have, if you have a tax identification number, you must have that one. So that means that we can monitor the transactions from back end. We can see what you do. And at that point, it increased taxes significantly. And when you added the one for customs, the Ascuda++, which is now being used by many countries, Their SCUDA is giving you the facts. You cannot come with someone importing things and then putting the prices which never exists. But this one here will give you all the facts. And that one helps. That's why technology, we are saying it's very, very helpful. But still, there are many other leakages. And then there is also how we do the taxes. If you see the property tax, most of them are local government. The property tax, the rental tax that they also charge, but also plus the fees if you are to open a company, if you are to open a business, those charges are local government. But if you see like in a country like this one and you say, well, how many properties are there in terms of office space? How many properties for rental in terms of housing and all that? If everybody paid their share, how much money would you collect? So the implementation becomes very critical, and that's why there are a lot of even corruption elements. When you go to tax certain companies in terms of really, because we've been supporting some of the countries in terms of property tax. Yes, you can get it right, but implementation belongs to the country. They are the ones who implement it. And that's why in most cases, when it comes to taxation, there are some companies who, especially when there are waivers, then you find it becomes more complicated. And that's why exactly we need a political will as well, in addition to anything that we can do. Because the leakages are just too much, and those leakages are higher than any aid we can get from anywhere. If we seal them, this would be a big factor. The issue raised by the university professor from Morocco on knowledge, and this one is very, very important, and that's why we are having this meeting, and I want to make sure that you are invited in June. We are having this one with all the think tanks on applied research, the one that I mentioned. And that's where we can exchange the knowledge in terms of the research and also in terms of the training that is required. And that's why IDEP is going to present their own areas where they train, because there are new things that are coming up. There is the, as you say, the CFTA, there is the climate, there is the technology. There are many things that are very, very important that we need to take into account. And that's why that meeting is going to be, that conference is going to become very, very useful. Someone mentioned about the labor movement, and I'll leave that one for my colleagues to answer. And then negotiating as a bloc, which you all agree. That's why when we say we are on our own, we are together as Africans here on our own, and we need to stay together in terms of implementing everything that we are talking about, but also trading among each other and negotiating as a bloc as Africans. And my colleagues are going to add more on that one. Then the Nadia, the university professor from Algeria, the global industry, definitely we agree with you completely. And that's why the regional value chains that we are establishing and the growth poles that we are establishing is to make sure that actually they all work for the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area. These are the feeders. And we need to go all the way from the production to the industry, to the value addition along the way, and then to standardization to make sure that we can compete not only in Africa, but also we can compete globally. Senegal, talking about diversification, here definitely we agree with you and we take note. And for the PIDA projects, yeah, that's why we work. We have an agreement now, an MOU that was signed with AUDA NEPAD. In terms of the implementation, we agree with you. The big projects, which are very critical, and also mobilizing resources, we're working with them to mobilize resources for their implementation. It has taken long, but I think we are making progress in that area. And I think we need every support that we can get because we need these big projects to work. And Eswatini, mentioning the Yamoussoukro decision. Sometimes my last job, one of the jobs I had was being Minister of Infrastructure that included transport. And by the time I left, one thing I couldn't understand is how a country that does not have an airline, but it has an airport, how can you refuse to implement this Yamoussoukro decision when you know that your people would have to travel? How do you refuse this? What does it cost you to do this? And she was very, very right, because we have had many meetings. And countries have now opted to have the bilateral air service agreement, each one signing with each one of them. And yet we have one continental agreement that we signed that is supposed to be implemented. Then when you look at it, it doesn't matter how many meetings you have, at what different levels. I think what matters here is really to bring it to the level of the heads of state to say for implementation. We at the technical level cannot solve that problem. It is very sad, it's very unfortunate that other countries really now traveling from one country. Last time when we were in Victoria Falls, someone came from Sierra Leone. I think they spent like more than 2 days traveling from one place to another, just to reach there. Now, but here, our continent is so small, it's like really can be done very quickly, but we need to cooperate. We need to work together. We need to implement the Masukre decisions. So the SATAM that we are talking about really sometimes loses meaning, because after agreeing on it, what is needed is just implementation as a single market. And when we say implementation, what do we actually mean? Who takes that kind of decision? It is the minister in charge of transport, together with finance, together with the head of state or head of government. These are the people that others can talk as much as they want. We can go around and we can have conferences, but there are people who are responsible to do this. And now the question is, if we meet and talk about anything, I think we need to bring, like saying, ministers of finance who are going to be here to say, how can you help us? Because this is your meeting, but you are having problems, and I'm sure so many of them will be having problems reaching here. Okay, what decision can we take? What do we need to do to convince your governments? There's not much technical work to be discussed. Decision has already been taken. How do we implement it? And I think that's where we can maybe discuss it when they are here. But that issue is very critical. If you are talking about infrastructure, the easy way is just air transport. That will solve the problem, at least for now. And then you can now do the investment in other big projects, like the rail, connecting all of them, transporting goods and services, doing everything. And now, if you cannot move people, how do you move goods? Air transport is the fastest, at least, to move the goods from one place to another as quickly as possible. So if you have the free movement of people, which is also another decision, just let me give you, show you, I told our colleague here, where political will makes a huge difference. At some point, long time ago, we had a situation whereby the goods that were coming from the northern corridor from Mombasa to go to Uganda, to go to Rwanda, to go to Burundi was taking a long time. In Uganda, it was taking 18 days. In Rwanda, it was taking 23 days. And then in Burundi, it was taking another extra day. Just to move goods, that is moving from one place to another. And what the president of Rwanda did was he put 3 people on track. He says, I want you to go all the way to Mombasa and tell me what is happening, because nobody could understand that. So he put those people on the track, and then you could find how many hours do you spend at the border? How many way bridges do you find? Many. How many roadblocks? Many. Roadblocks for no reason. And then you continue and so forth. There are so many. So now they called a meeting of the heads of state of the Northern Corridor. Kenya was chairing. We had it in Safari Park. We had Uganda. We had Rwanda. South Sudan was represented. Ethiopia was represented. So we went there as ministers, and then they presented the whole report. The heads of state, I remember when they were talking about how many roadblocks are in Uganda, how many roadblocks are in Kenya, the heads of state were not very much aware about why you need roadblocks. About the way bridges, it is how many way bridges do you need in a country? So then they took a decision. They said from today, number one, you don't need a passport to cross in our country, you need an ID. That's number one. Then number two, they said, we need things to be cleared first, so we need people from other regions. So we need them to be stationed in Mombasa. Then Kenya said, we are giving them the work permit. But then they said, because they are working in Kenya, there is roaming charges. They scrapped the roaming charges on spot. And then they said, goods coming from Kenya to Uganda, in every country, they have a different insurance for their goods. They agreed to use only one for COMESA. They solved the problem. They removed all roadblocks, 100%. Then they said for the way bridges, they need one at entry and one at exit. Those are the decisions that they took. And then from there, when they finished, after just 1 week, then we saw the goods, which was taking the transportation, which was taking over 20 days. It was now taking 3 to 4 days. And then the companies which are complaining that they removed roaming charges, the telecom companies, they celebrated after 1 week. The calling was impossible. It was too much. For them, they gained. Everybody gained. The travels, you don't need passport. You cross across the border with only your ID. I traveled with my ID from Kenya to my country with no passport. They made everything easy, and they solved it just on the spot in one meeting at Safari Park in Kenya. And I think this shows the power of the heads of state, of the decision makers. And I think for the Yamoussoukro decision, if we really brought it to another level, a decision will be quick. But for us, we can argue, we can travel, we can have conferences, but you find the impact is so small, and we need the leaders to be able to help us in that direction. And that's why we need the ministers of finance to really take a decision on this, working with their counterparts. The final one, which is the one for Ivory Coast, I didn't understand everything about it. Maybe, that's why we need sophisticated people like my deputies here. I think Pedro will be able to maybe take it on. And we have DSP Hanan, who can also add value on everything that has been asked here. So maybe I can stop here, but I wanted just to say the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will not be done by anyone from outside. It can only be done by us. There's no one else who is going to do it. And that's why at ECA, we are leading by saying, let's approach it this way, and we need your support. And then we need to de-risk so that people who are fearing to invest in Africa because of the risks, then they can see that actually their money would be worth it. And that's why we want to make sure that we create a whole network of partners to help us in the implementation of this. We are all coordinated with everybody that matters on the African continent, with ADB, with Afrexim Bank, with all the development banks, the FC, the TDB, the BADEA, and others who work in Africa. And now we want investors to bring in their money and also work together in a partnership with the investors who are on the continent as well. Because when you come in, definitely if you have a joint venture with the local people, it makes more sense, it's more sustainable, and it helps everyone. And we want to make sure that really we get this one right progressively. We've talked with our sister, Ngozi, from the WTO, so that we can harmonize in terms of the standards to make sure that our goods is not only traded in Africa, but also can be traded on the international market. Maybe let me stop here, but I really want to thank you very much for all your concerns and all the discussion that has been taking place for the last 3 days. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif.
Mr. Executive Secretary, thank you.
There is one question that was talked about in terms of education. I really don't want to miss that one here, because our education system has to change completely. It has to change. We cannot do the same education that the way we used to do long time ago. The education that is not relevant to what is happening in our own market, in our own private sector. And that's why you find the private sector is having challenges recruiting the people in as much as you have all the knowledge, but that knowledge is not the one that is relevant. That's why we also need to fix that this knowledge has to be complemented by the technology and then innovation. And we need to come up with innovation centers. We saw what is happening in Ireland. I saw it myself, where they have the innovators, they have innovation fund, they have incubation centers, and then the people who complete that, then they are more knowledgeable. They know how to actually establish their own businesses. And this is being replicated in many countries in Africa, including Rwanda, where we have the Innovation Fund. We help the people to have their ideas actually developed, so that after that, once it is developed, then you train them on how to implement it. And this has worked in many cases. So we need technology, but also we need technical and vocational training education. When I was working in Canada, I remember 67%, actually it had declined from 72, 67% were the people needed in the middle, like not university graduates. The people who are needed below the university graduates, who have technical skills, were 67% of the total workforce that was required. Meaning that standardizing the whole, the electricians, the plumbers, the people who are doing these kind of technical skills are very, very important. So technical and vocational education is very, very critical. So if you combine the relevant education, add the technology, add innovation, add the technical and vocational training, that becomes very critical. That's what is going to drive the economy. Because we are not going to get to university and graduates for every level. We also need people below them, but who have certifications to be able to perform their own duties. So the education, I think we need to rethink about education seriously. And that's why you need also to combine it with research and education, where our investment in research is quite low by any standards. So let me stop here, but our colleagues are going to come in and also address the other issues. Thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif.
Mr. Executive Secretary, thank you for this exchange, this interaction that you've had with those of us who are present, the member states. And I would like to thank you, and through you, thank the Economic Commission for Africa for all the efforts that you are making for the development of our continent. I think we should stop now, but we're going to declare open the 2025 Knowledge Fair. It's taking place downstairs, isn't it? So before we come back, Deputy Secretary.
Thank you very much. We thought that it was better to answer that question now, so that our distinguished delegate of Cote d'Ivoire does not think that we're trying to avoid answering your very important question. First, I think we certainly recognize that the industrialization is a feature, not only in Africa, but on many countries. We are saying that indeed we should prioritize industrialization, but it has to be based on a very clear diagnostic on where we should focus on that industrialization plans and strategies. Because not every country, as we said yesterday, has perhaps the requisites to be able to pursue industrialization. They could perhaps specialize in the areas where they have the greatest potential. Hence the reference yesterday to, for example, the services sector. Now, on the matter of whether the AFCFTA would be a springboard for foreign companies to come and localize themselves here for their own benefit is one major issue. The rules of origin that you cited are indeed part of the effort of those that designed the AFCFTA to ensure that we have the maximum possible local content. And
I would like to focus on the local content policies as an instrument for us to ensure that EFCFTA benefits equally local companies. So that would include, for example, the need for us to have a national suppliers development program as part of our local content agenda to ensure that small and medium enterprises in our respective countries are part and parcel of the overall industrial policy implementation. Because in many countries, procurement, in many industries, procurement constitutes about 60% of the total cost structure, meaning that if you can localize procurement, you can retain a greater share of the value locally. So that's one aspect of how you can overcome that particular issue that you've raised, which is important. So meaning, in other words, that we said that at the beginning of our conference, that it's important that our trade industrial policy is implemented as part and parcel of the same agenda. And I would argue, in line with what the ECA also indicated, that we add the skills and the educational systems as well. Because as the ES indicated, the current supply of our education systems is not fully aligned with our market needs. So creating that ecosystem where trade, industrial policy, educational policies, I would say also infrastructure policies are aligned better together becomes a critical factor of us to maximize the value of our AFCFTA as a catalyzing factor for us to address structural transformation. And that also talks to the point that was raised by the professor down there about the growth poles. Where should we localize our investments? What kind of ecosystem are we going to create so that we have champions, the countries that perhaps could constitute the so-called growth poles, but everybody else in that particular corridor benefits from the opportunity. And having ministers of finance and ministers of trade at the same table becomes important, so that then they are the ones, the ministers of finance in many countries, they're the ones who decide budget allocation. So because we don't want to have roads to nowhere, we need to ensure that our investments in infrastructure will open up opportunities in the economic sectors that can facilitate trade and so on. So ministers of trade, ministers of finance, ministers of infrastructure development, ministers of education must sit together to understand what those linkages are. One last point which I wanted to talk about, which the ES said that we should also address, is the point that on labor and social issues. Indeed, one of the works that we are doing at the ECA is on the special economic zones. And we are promoting special economic zones 2.0 that are looking at all of the factors that are key for us to address, for example, social issues, to ensure that we don't have sweatshops, that in our effort to promote industrialization, promoting industrialization, we ensure that our workers have decent wages and so on and so forth. That it's not just about creating incentives by providing by neglecting all those important factors. In many cases, as you know, those become barriers to trade, whether we are using child labor or not, whether we are providing decent salaries or not. Certain jurisdictions can then impose tariffs because of those factors, in addition to, of course, the carbon adjustment border issues that are part and parcel of those trade barriers. So it is important, and indeed the labor institutions should be part of the conversation on how best to implement the AFCFTA. But I saw you sitting with my colleague Stephen Karingi. He can provide more information about how best to utilize the rules of origin as an instrument of implementation of our industrial policy. Local content policies, linkages, policy are part and parcel of us to make sure that indeed we not become just a vehicle for others to come and localize here and export from here, utilizing the AFCFTA as the platform for them to continue to benefit from our markets. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief because we could have also side discussions during the time that we will look at the expo downstairs. So just wanted to alert you for questions that have been raised on SATM that we actually have a side event on this topic, which is a very important one, tomorrow from 9:30 to 11 a.m. in CR3. So I would welcome delegates to attend, and I think this can be discussed at far more length in this platform. Also on middle income countries issues, we have another side event that will take place tomorrow on innovative finance for middle income countries, and the event will be 10:30 to noon in CR4. So I hope that you will actively participate, that we can engage more on these issues. And meanwhile, I'm happy to have conversations while we're looking at this exhibition. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate. Now we're going to end the meeting, the session, but the Secretariat is going to make an announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your engagement and participation. We will now take a break from the presentations and discussions. However, we invite you to join members of ECA's leadership team as they officially open the Knowledge Fair located at the lower level of the conference center. The Knowledge Fair showcases the work and impact of the ECA. ECA directors are kindly requested to be present at their booths to engage with distinguished delegates. Distinguished delegates, kindly note that there is a prayer room on the second floor of the conference center in room 11 for your use. Lunch will be served from now till 2 p.m. in the banquet hall, same place as normal. However, food packages will be made available later in the day for delegates who have been observing Ramadan. As previously mentioned, there will be a tour of the historic Africa Hall from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Our ushers will be available in front of the conference hall just behind you to guide interested delegates to the Africa Hall after lunch. The Addis Ababa City Tour will, however, no longer hold. Our apologies. We kindly invite delegates to participate in the COM25 evaluation survey. You can scan the QR code on the paper given. Distinguished delegates, we will reconvene now. We will reconvene later in the hall at 4:30 p.m. All right, we will start again at 4:30 p.m. here, when we will have the session on the consideration and adoption of the report of the Committee of Experts and consideration of the recommendations and draft resolutions. Until then, we bid you farewell, enjoy the planned activities, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Each year, the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development brings together the key leaders, policymakers, and experts to shape Africa's economic future. In 2025, the focus is advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. This is more than just trade. It is about transforming policies into action, strengthening economies, and creating opportunities across the continent. But impactful change needs more than just discussion. It requires ideas, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. That is why the ECA Library is hosting the Knowledge Fair, a dynamic space where policy meets practice. Here you'll find success stories from across Africa, cutting-edge research and insights, opportunities to engage with experts and decision makers, and connections that drive real impact. The ECA Library is at the heart of this exchange, bridging knowledge with action, empowering policymakers, and shaping Africa's future. Join us at COM 2025, where we'll connect, learn, and build Africa's future together.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming back on time, and thank you for your patience.
Recording
The
in
outcome
progress.
document with the report, the resolutions is being finalized and translated. We have been informed by the drafting team that it will be completed by 5:30 p.m. At that time, it will be released online and delegates can access it through PaperSmart. However, coffee break is available and we can take some time to stretch our legs before coming back for the deliberations. Before we go out, we'd like to inform you that the Secretariat has put together a number of side events that will be taking place tomorrow. Some of the side events touch on topics that we have discussed and we have asked about, including financing, including the single African air transport, etc. So starting from 9:30 p.m., 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, we will be here with different options for you. I'll run through the list of side events now. There are 6 of them. The first side event is on the single African air transport market, the free movement of people, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. It will take place in Conference Room 3 from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. The second side event is on innovative financing instruments for sustainable climate finance and debt management in middle-income countries. That will take place in Conference Room 4 from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Side event 3 is on empowering businesses in Africa to trade successfully under the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area to foster inclusive growth and decent work. That will take place in Conference Room 5 from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. The fourth side event is on food security and cross-border trade, navigating challenges and opportunities amid the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. It will take place from 2:45 p.m. to 4:15 p.m. in Conference Room 3. Side event 5 is on making the African Continental Free Trade Area work for African young people, opportunities, challenges, and the way forward. It takes place in the Africa Hall, which some of you have seen today, from 9:30 a.m. to 4:15 a.m. So that takes place in Africa Hall. And the last but not the least side event is side event 6 on the role of sub-regional multilateral development banks in delivering on African development objectives. That will take place in Conference Room 5 from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. All of this information is available on the conference app as well as the conference website, and you can look through it, find out more information, look at the details, and see which one you would like to participate in. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow there. So we will reconvene at 5:30 p.m. Please take a health break, take tea, coffee if you're eating, and we will see you soon. Thank you so much for your patience.
Recording stopped.
distinguished delegates,
Recording in
ladies and
progress.
gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm happy to announce that the report is now online and you can view it on PaperSmart. The report, along with 3 resolutions, are available. We invite you to begin reviewing them and we will reconvene shortly. The report is available on PaperSmart. You can commence review. Thank you.
Honorables délégués, nous passons maintenant à l'avant-dernier point de notre ordre du jour. Examen et adoption du projet de rapport du comité des experts et examen des recommandations
and
des
adoption
projets
of
de
the report
résolution.
of the Committee of Experts and consideration of
Avant de
recommendations
donner
and
la
draft
parole
resolutions. Before
à notre rapporteur, je voudrais
giving the floor
souligner
to our rapporteur,
il y a une
allow
partie
me
qu'on n'a
to
pas besoin de lire,
underscore
la partie d'ouverture
the
formelle,
fact that there is a part we
la
do not need
participation
to
des
consider,
États membres,
the formal
les déclarations
part,
préliminaires,
attendance,
on doit passer
preliminary
au
statements.
texte.
We need
Nous allons
to
passer au deuxième point qui est
move
l'élection
to
du
the
bureau,
second
adoption
point,
de
that
l'ordre
is
du jour
election of the bureau,
et du
adoption of
programme
the
du travail du comité des experts.
agenda, the
On doit
program of work of the
économiser le temps.
committee of
Pour ce
experts.
faire, on laisse les présentations, les résumés des
So
présentations
in order to
de côté.
save time,
Il y a eu des débats
we'll leave those
intéressants, mais je
presentations
propose
aside.
qu'on doit
We
passer
had
aux
very
recommandations qu'on
interesting
doit présenter
debates or
à nos
discussions,
ministres,
but
parce qu'il ne
we
reste
need
pas
to
de temps.
move on to
Donc,
the document we're going to
j'invite
present to our ministers because we
Andrew
don't have much time left. Now I'd like to invite Mr.
permanent du ministère des
Vambe,
Finances,
Permanent
Développement
Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development
et de
and
l'investissement, à présenter le projet du rapport.
Investment to present the draft report. You have the floor, sir. He didn't.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we now have our report, and as guided by the chairperson, we shall proceed as stated. The first issue we are going to be looking at is the election of the Bureau and adoption of the agenda and program of work. Colleagues, the following countries were unanimously elected by the committee to form the new Bureau. The chair, Morocco; first vice chair, Cameroon; second vice chair, Benin; third vice chair, Kenya; and the rapporteur, Zimbabwe. And we all accepted the following an acceptance statement by the newly elected chair, head of the Multilateral African Affairs Division of the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Morocco, Zakaria El Amiri. The committee adopted without further amendment the program of work, and the agenda was adopted accordingly. Okay, we move now to our substantive meetings in terms of the presentations. The session on the overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa. After the discussions, the following recommendations were made. In light of the discussions, the committee made the following recommendations. A, members of the ECA should, 1, widen the base by formalizing the informal sector, enhance access to credit and targeted support, invest in infrastructure, and diversify economies with a view to boosting employment, competitiveness, and productivity. 2, enhance tax revenues by strengthening tax administration and leveraging digital technologies. Number 3, optimize public expenditure to ensure long-term debt sustainability. And number 4, promote job creation and entrepreneurship by investing in youth education, expanding access to credit, and strengthening government support for the informal sector. Section B, ECA should support its members in devising mechanisms to incentivize the private sector to play a significant role in the implementation of the agreement by raising awareness, enhancing capacity, and improving access to finance and foreign direct investment. Number 2, support its members in reducing their high dependence on debt and their exposure to its associated risks by enhancing the debt governance, combating illicit financial flows, and formalizing the informal sector in order to enhance job creation and entrepreneurship. 3, provide policy guidance and technical support to its members on strengthening the collection of revenues from digital services and activities.
And number 4, support its members in designing and implementing policies to manage demographic growth in order to ensure that it supports economic gains. Chairman, those were the recommendations both for ECA and for EC members and for the ECA itself.
You finish all the
The second item we discussed was assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa, and the following were the recommendations. In light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. A, members of ECA should, number 1, accelerate the implementation of the agreement and the action plan for boosting intra-Africa trade. Number 2, expedite the ratification of the proposals to the agreement on investment, intellectual property rights, digital trade, and women and youth in trade. Number 3, expedite the ratification of the protocol to the treaty establishing the Africa Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. Number 4, increase investment in infrastructure, including through the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. 5, improve the interoperability of immigration and customs systems through the use of digital identities in order to facilitate movement and enhance security. Next, implement reforms to education systems and increased investment in skills and development. Simplify trade and customs procedures, including by establishing single windows and adopting electronic systems. Lastly, advance the implementation of the Pan-African payment and settlement systems. B, on the part of the ECA should, number 1, support its members and regional economic communities in implementing national and regional strategies on the agreement. Number 2, support the promotion of public-private partnerships, enhance management tools, and strengthen national capacity to develop bankable infrastructure projects. Number 3, strengthen partnerships with the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and other stakeholders in order to drive the regional integration agenda. Number 4, develop in collaboration with the African Union Commission a roadmap to address concerns regarding the ratification and implementation of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. Those were our recommendations. The next item we discussed, the presentation of the theme of the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Our recommendations were as follows. First one, A, for members of ECA should, number 1, accelerate the adaptation of the agreement in the context of national implementation strategies by strengthening national committees and engaging stakeholders. Number 2, invest in trade infrastructure, including information and communications technology, cross-border transport, and modernization of customs processes. Number 3, help small and medium-sized enterprises benefit from the agreement by investing in the development of human capital, expanding access to credit, promoting industrial hubs, and fostering public-private partnerships. Number 4, strengthen the collaboration with the private sector in implementation of the agreement. Number 5, harmonize investment and financial policies and strengthen capital markets in order to boost intra-African investment. And lastly, integrate capacity development and training relating to the agreement into the curriculum of tertiary institutions. And then B, ECA should, number 1, provide continued technical support for the adaptation of the agreement to local contexts and its implementation. Number 2, raise awareness of existing instruments, including African Continental Free Trade Area Adjustment Fund that can be used to support the implementation of the agreement. Number 3, assess the challenges and bottlenecks relating to the ratification of the agreement and its protocols and their adaptation to local context. Number 4, strengthen financial markets through policy reforms and capacity building. Lastly, support policy harmonization and coordination with regional economic communities with a view to advancing regional integration while respecting national sovereignty. And then we looked at statutory issues. The first one was a report on the follow-up to the resolution of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The recommendations were as follows. Members of ECA should, number one, leverage and utilize technical support from ECA in such priority areas as enhancing domestic resource mobilization, including strengthening tax administration. Number two, prioritize investments in regional strategic infrastructure corridors such as roads, railways, and energy projects to complement continental infrastructure development projects. And lastly, number three, harness technological advances in order to create value in the circular economy and empower women and young entrepreneurs through targeted capacity building programs. And then for ECA and B should, number one, enhance the assistance that it provides to its members to support the harmonization and standardization of diverse domestic resource mobilization efforts. Two, promote peer-to-peer learning and knowledge sharing among its members as a means of disseminating best practices and successful strategies. Number three, employ robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in order to track the progress that has been made in implementing initiatives and providing support to its members and to determine the impact thereof. Number four, strengthen the role of regional economic communities in supporting regional infrastructure development. And lastly, continue to provide technical support for the development and implementation of national strategies of the African Continental Free Trade Area and green supplements to strategies. The second report, this is the report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 10th session and follow-up activities. The recommendations we made were as follows. For members of ECA should, number one, accelerate the implementation of the recommendations contained in the outcome documents of the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, carry out other transformative actions and leverage the forum and other mechanisms in order to strengthen peer-to-peer learning and south-to-south and triangular cooperative on best practices. And number two, enhance the business environment by improving the availability of data on investment opportunities and strategies and by reducing market distortions. B, the ECA should, number one, provide guidance and policy options aimed at raising awareness of the need for closer alignment of the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 and making concerted efforts to accelerate their joint implementation. Number two, increase the support that it provides to its members to strengthen capacity, experience sharing and peer learning with a view to scaling up and replicating success stories, including with regard to domestic resource mobilization and innovative financing, such as the development of capital markets and credit rating systems. Number three, establish an integrated statistical platform that serves as a repository for geographical disaggregated data on progress made towards the achievement of the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Number four, support its members in developing a new generation of special economic zones, including by enhancing their capacity to negotiate with investors, boost value-added exports, and harness regional value chains to achieve sustainable growth. Number five, continue to provide technical assistance to its members in responding to climate change, promoting blue and green growth, transitioning to a circular economy, and gaining access to sustainable finance. And lastly, assist its members in adopting the 2025 system of national accounts and methodologies for measuring sustainable development and economic growth that go beyond gross domestic product in order to ensure alignment with emerging international standards. And then the next item on the agenda was the proposed program plan and budget for 2026. Colleagues, our recommendations were as follows. Members of the ECA should, number one, promote the provision of adequate resources of ECA with a view to enabling the Commission to continue the implementation of its mandate effectively and efficiently. Number two, engage in knowledge sharing and the adoption of best practices to optimize the use of resources and minimize waste. And then for the ECA should, number one, build on the articulation of its strategies focus area with a view to prioritizing interventions that will generate catalytic results. Number two, devise innovative financing mechanisms and implement specific actions to mobilize additional resources for program delivery. Number three, enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of limited financial resources by incorporating the concept of productivity into its programming to ensure value for money, accountability, and tangible results. Number four, strengthen its integrated planning and utilization of resources for effective program delivery and maximum cost efficiency. The next report was were the reports of the work of the subsidiary bodies of the ECA, the Economic Commission for Africa. The first one was on the through the Committee on Economic Governance was the Statistical Commission for Africa. And our recommendations, colleagues, were as follows. For members of the ECA, we should, number one, allocate adequate and sustainable funding for statistical development and advance the establishment of a dedicated funding mechanisms for that purpose. Number two, strengthen African representation and participation in global platforms and negotiations in international tax and financing for development issues. And for the ECA, it should, number one, facilitate and step up capacity building initiatives to empower countries to participate effectively in negotiations, in particular on tax-related agreements. Number two, continue providing support for the harmonization of statistics in Africa. Number three, conduct needs-based assessments for all African countries to determine their specific capacity gaps and opportunities for the modernization of statistical systems. Lastly, assist its members in developing their national capacity to produce data, statistics that are disaggregated by such categories as gender, internal displacement, refugee status, and disability to inform decision-making and ensure that no one is left behind. The second one was on African Institute of Economic Development and Planning. And after our discussions, the following were our recommendations. A, for members of ECA, we should, number one, prioritize the payment of their outstanding arrears and make their annual contributions to the budget of IDEP. Number two, reinforce South-to-South cooperation through the sharing of experiences and best practices among African countries in areas including trade and regional integration, resource mobilization, the digital economy, climate change adaptation, mitigation, inclusive and sustainable industrialization, job creation, and demographic dividend. And B, the ECA should, number one, establish a comprehensive support program, including enhanced capacity building programs with expanded reach, policy analysis, and tailor-made solutions in order to respond to specific needs and emerging developing challenges faced by members of the ECA. And number two, continue to collaborate with regional economic communities and other international, regional, and sub-regional organizations and centers of excellence to deliver capacity building activities. The next one was on intergovernmental committees of senior offer, where we looked at sub-regional preparatory meetings. After the presentations and discussions, our recommendations were as follows, colleagues. For members should, one, facilitate, increase, and enhance the effectiveness of the participation of young people in the design and implementation of national and continental development frameworks that are aligned with global and continental agendas. Number two, ensure that issues of social protection and labor standards are sufficiently addressed in their efforts to implement the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. Number 3, promote the free movement of people by advancing the adoption, ratification, and implementation of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. And number 4, increase investment in cross-border infrastructure to facilitate the implementation of the agreement. And number B, the ECA should, number 1, continue its work on the impact of non-tariff barriers and provide its members with the policy recommendations on overcoming the restrictions to inter-African trade. Number 2, reinforce its support to post-conflict countries to foster recovery and development through short-term and medium-term interventions. Number 3, continue its work on the impact of climate change on food security and assess the threat that environmental challenges pose to economic and social development. Number 4, strengthen the capacity of countries to generate data-driven insights, policy options, and investment strategies on leveraging natural capital and the blue and circular economies and establishing innovative financing mechanism for sustainable economic growth and diversification. Number 4, continue to provide technical support to its members regarding their national strategies for the implementation of the agreement and of the green supplements to complement strategies, including through capacity building programs targeting micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises led by women and young people. Then the next report was the report on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014 to 2024. And our recommendations were as follows, colleagues. For members that are landlocked developing countries or least developing countries, they should do the following. Number 1, intensify efforts to collect good quality data, including through integrated approaches that combine traditional data sources such as surveys and administrative records with new data sources. Number 2, align national development plans with the DOA Program of Action and ensure linkages between the Program of Action and national budgets. Number 3, boost domestic resource mobilization through innovative tax measures, including with regard to digital payments, the taxation of the informal sector, and excise duties on harmful goods, improve spending efficiency, leverage pension and sovereign wealth funds, and curb illicit financial flows. Number 4, develop robust social protection systems that are targeted at vulnerable populations, in particular during periods of hardship, by leveraging digital technologies. Number 5, promote domestic investment in infrastructure, including that associated with transport, information, communication, and digital technology. The next one, adopt policies and increase investments that help to diversify exports, increase value addition, and enhance overall economic diversification. Lastly, increase efforts to mobilize domestic and foreign direct investment. For each list developed member countries, the ECA should 1, promote the formulation of a unified approach to sustainable debt management through the 4th International Conference of Financing for Development, the Africa High-Level Working Group on the Reform of the Global Financial Architecture and efforts to reform the Common Framework for Debt Treatments beyond the Debt Service Suspension Initiative. Number 2, advocate greater concessional resources, technical assistance, the capitalization of multilateral development banks, the reform of special drawing rights, and fairer credit ratings. Number 3, provide technical support to strengthen social protection systems, enhance trade capabilities, lower trade costs, diversify exports, and deepen global economic integration. Number 4, support landlocked developing countries in strengthening partnerships with transit countries to implement regional infrastructure projects and attract foreign direct investments. Number 5, support the implementation of national strategies for the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area with a view to promoting value chain development, industrialization, and economic diversification. The next recommendation was collaborate with development partners to build human capital, empower female entrepreneurs, enhance women's participation in the opportunities provided by the implementation of the agreement. The next one, support African initiatives aimed at improving connectivity and integration in Africa in order to accelerate the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action and the achievement of sustainable development goals. The next issue we discussed was the date, venue, and theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission of Africa. And our recommendations were as follows. After the discussion, our committee made the following recommendations. A, the 58th session of the Economic Commission of Africa should be held under the theme Growth Through Innovation, Harnessing Data and Frontier Technologies for Economic Transformation in Africa. B, the offer from Morocco to host the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa under the proposed theme should be accepted. Other matters on the agenda after presentation and discussion. Our recommendation, the committee recommends that the ECA should continue to explore and adopt further initiatives and approaches to harmonize and strengthen its activities so as to optimize resources and ensure a deeper impact for its work. I think I should stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bombi. Merci, Monsieur Bombi, pour votre professionnalisme. J'apprécie beaucoup. Donc, je vous remercie énormément parce que vous nous avez facilité la tâche.
Thank you for facilitating the work for us. Now I'll ask those fasting if they want to stop for us to go and eat. But in my opinion, it's not a good idea. It's not a very good idea. If we leave, we're not coming back. So I hope we can continue.
Aux distingués délégués, ceux qui se retrouvent dans une recommandation ne se retrouvent pas.
For those who can identify with one recommendation or the other, they now have the floor to express themselves. We will therefore make amendments based on the proposals that will be issued. Thank you very much.
On va arrêter une liste. Comme vous savez, quand on n'a pas le temps, on arrête des listes.
As you know, when we do not have much time, we have a limited number of interventions allowed, so we have a list going around.
Donc, on a une liste, on a l'Égypte, le Maroc, l'Érythrée, l'Afrique du Sud.
We do have a list: Egypt, South Africa, DRC, and Tanzania. Let me now give the floor to the Honorable Delegate of Egypt. Please set out precisely the recommendation and the report it belongs to, so as to guide the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like first to voice very special thanks and appreciation for your work, you and the team, and everyone who exerted efforts in giving us this very important report. I have a general observation regarding language. I think that this is an expert level report that will be raised to the ministers. So I think that I recommend that when we are talking about the recommendations, we keep it recommendations. So for example, we can say here, recommendations in the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. For the member states, and we put the punctuation mark, the column, and then we state the recommendation one after another. This is my general observation. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué délégué de l'Égypte.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate of Egypt. Now we will go to and give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco. Thank you so very much, Chair, for giving the floor to my delegation. We support and second the report in its totality. We have two observations on page 19, item 7, subsection 59, II, with regard to the venue of the next conference, taking into consideration the in-depth consideration of the offer of the Kingdom of Morocco to host the 58th session of our conference, the Moroccan delegation wishes for the following language to be adopted because the current language does not reflect what has taken place. So the Kingdom of Morocco wishes to host the 58th session of the Conference of Ministers, and this resolution was adopted with unanimity and no objection whatsoever. And now we have a second observation. I shall give the floor to my colleague. Thank you.
Merci. Quelques petites.
Thank you.
Petits commentaires.
Well, a brief commentary and observation. A commentary related to the prerogatives of the customs administrations within our continent. So it would be recommendation A, V as in Victor, subsection C, improve the interoperability of immigration, customs systems through digital systems in order to facilitate travel and strengthen security. So as we all are aware, all the customs services of our continent do not have migration or immigration control within their mandate. So therefore, let us probably adopt the following language: improve the interoperability of migration control systems using digital technology. The second observation.
Toujours la section C.
Always within section or subsection C, 22A, 7 in Roman decipher or ciphers. Simplify custom facilitation using a one-stop shop and adopting a digital platform. This in itself would serve the purpose. However, if we use the same language, one is under the impression that it was started from scratch. And therefore, we suggest a language that addresses generalizing and seeking such technological platforms as these one-stop shops have become a reality in our continent, as we have one-stop shops for external trade. And I believe that there is an alliance that was created under the aegis of Morocco. So maybe I would propose the following language: pursue the simplification of customs and commercial procedures through the generalization of one-stop shops and the adoption of the commensurate technological systems. Thank you. Well, thank you, Honorable Delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco. I will now give the floor to Eritrea. You have the floor, sir. So,
OK. Donc, on passe à l'Afrique du Sud.
Now, let's move directly to South Africa. South Africa, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation takes the floor to first welcome the report. We support this report in its entirety. We, however, have just one observation that we wish to make with regard to the report on progress on regional integration, in particular under paragraph 22, recommendation Roman letter 3 and 5. So with respect to those items, we just want to indicate that you will recall that in our intervention day before yesterday, we have expressed that the issues relating to free movement of people and the subsequent fact that the treaty itself is so far ratified by only 4 countries since 2019. That in itself reflects that there are issues or concerns that member states have. And some of those concerns, we have indicated that they are reflected in the report of ECA of 2022. So having said that, our understanding is that when it comes to this issue, we shouldn't be instructive because doing so will definitely be not realistic until the concerns that have been raised by member states are addressed. In that regard, we just wish to indicate that the language which says member states should expedite ratification is not realistic. We would have expected that we use the language which says encourage member state instead, because there are issues that we are definitely saying that needs to be addressed in as far as the protocol is concerned before we can instruct member states to say they should do so when the issues are not addressed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of South Africa. I now shall give the floor to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Sir, you have the floor. Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. We wish to thank the rapporteurs for the quality of the statements that they have made, whereby it does actually address all of the issues in our point of view. However, I do have a comment. Now, the draft report on the implementation of the action plan in favor of landlocked countries for the decade going from 2014 to 2024, and the recommendation, item 55 of such, especially subsection B as in Bravo 4, as it is stated that we have to help landlocked countries to strengthen their transit partnership with neighboring countries in order to implement infrastructure projects and attract FDI. So, as it is stated here in this language, one is under the impression that the recommendation only alludes to those countries that are developing countries without the coastline or landlocked. Please remember that during the debate, there was some transit countries that had expressed the wish that the support being provided to landlocked countries, that it would also include these transit countries, because when you have agreements that are struck, there is actually and the infrastructure that gets degraded, and therefore it would be necessary to think of those transit countries in order to remedy to this issue. I don't know whether this language could be improved so as to include this aspect. Thank you. Well, thank you, distinguished delegate of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I now invite all speakers to give their proposed amendments to the Secretariat so that they may exactly know what issue is being touched on. Please do it in writing. It has to be sent or submitted in writing to the Secretariat. That is your draft amendments. The floor goes to Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first of all, I'll compliment Secretariat for very comprehensive reports and a good presentation. Chair, mine is just general comments regarding the part 3, the overview of recent economic and social development in Africa, and recommendation B, Roman 1. That is, I think this word appears to several parts on this report. So I would suggest to just highlight the agreement we are talking about, because it's just the implementation of the agreement. And I think we can reflect it to the other areas whenever there is agreement, we can put in what we agreement is ACFTA. Second, Chair, is paper number 4, item number Roman 4, the assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. Under recommendation A, Roman 2, I think it has just highlighted all protocols and which are outstanding and not yet ratified. So I would suggest to add the one is missing, the competitive policy protocol, which is not yet ratified. So we can add that protocol. So, Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Delegate of Tanzania. Sierra Leone, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to join my colleagues by commending the drafters for doing a short and excellent and wonderful report. For this delegation, it's not a comment on the report per se. It's just a brief suggestion that we want to make so that the Commission will consider for next year when the next session is held in Morocco. As we can see, the recommendations in the report are presented on two fronts, one from the Commission, the ECA, and the other for members. I would want to suggest that by next year, when we're doing progress report of all these recommendations and issues that have been discussed, I want to suggest that we look at the perspective from what the Commission is doing and also the perspective of member countries. Especially for member countries, we can do it on thematic issues as part of our presentation, or we can look at maybe by regions, so that when we come next year, we'll be able to learn from what individual countries are doing as a bloc, and also what the Commission is doing to help these countries to meet some of these things that we have highlighted as recommendations. And this will help in the monitoring and evaluation aspect of what we're doing, so that we follow progress from both ends. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate of Sierra Leone. The floor now goes to Egypt. You do have the floor, sir.
Sorry, maybe I was not very clear in my first intervention. You know that we are fasting, so bear with me. In my first intervention, I was referring to the word "should" in all the recommendation, and that was a general observation from our delegation that when we are talking about recommendation, we should keep it recommendation without putting the word "should." So we should remove the word "should" from all the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Egypt. So, as there is no other request for the floor, the speaker asks, yes, honorable delegate of Morocco. Thank you so much, Chair. We'll be brief. We requested the floor just to second the Egyptian delegation with regard to those recommendations tabled for member states, whereby one has to adopt a flexible language and not binding terms such as should. We could use terms such as encourage or use a language that would not be neither strong nor binding. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate of Morocco. Well, I believe that we have overhauled our report. All such statements will be taken into account, and the Secretariat asks and requests the speakers to submit their amendments or draft amendments in writing. If you do not know whom to send it to, the members of the Secretariat will reach out. This report has to be completely finished so as to provide it and present it to the ministers. So the experts' report was adopted, taking into account all of the proposed amendments. I thank you. Very well. Now let us move on to draft resolutions on the use of regional change of values for African resources. It is a ministerial draft resolution. I believe you do have this document, and therefore, would it be necessary to reread it, or have you please read it? In other words, if you have pertinent observations, please state them now or keep the peace. We will establish a list. So, Eritrea. Distinguished delegate of Eritrea.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just as per the Egyptian delegation's proposal, in the recommendations, it has to be factors in the decision. In the current decision in para 1, as well as in operative paragraph para 1, as well as para 4, it urges member states to do something. So we could use perhaps encourage less, with less tone, because we cannot urge member states to do something. So yes, we could use very elegant word, encourages member states or encourages the Commission and the partners rather than urges. Thank you, Chairperson.
Distingué délégué, si j'ai bien compris, vous parlez du rapport.
Distinguished delegate, which one are you talking about? Oh, the resolution. All right. We've taken note. Thank you. Any other comments?
Donc, le rapport de résolution adopté.
So, the resolution is adopted.
Merci.
Thank you.
Donc, avant de passer à la clôture,
So before we go to closing,
pour votre patience.
I'd like to thank you for your patience.
Est-ce que les autres résolutions, ils sont déjà smart?
Are the other resolutions, are they on the paper smart?
S'il vous plaît, il y a
All right. Please, there are some other resolutions. The Secretariat has just informed me that there are other resolutions. Do you have them? And if so, do you have any comments?
Donc, on a le distingué délégué de l'Égypte.
We have the distinguished delegate of Egypt. Thank you. Do take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving this delegation the opportunity. So, Mr. Chair, when it comes to the draft resolution on the use of artificial intelligence, we have just a minor observation when it comes to paragraph 5. So there is a reference to the increase gross and domestic product of the continent by 5% by 2030. So, Mr. Chair, we believe that we should have a citation when it comes to this kind of information. So we encourage that a citation should be added for the document. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I submit.
Merci, distingué délégué de l'Égypte.
Distinguished delegate of Egypt, thank you. I'd like to ask the Secretariat whether there are any other resolutions that are to be adopted. That resolution is adopted.
La prochaine. Excusez-nous, on va attendre les autres résolutions.
Please, we apologize. We're waiting for the other resolutions.
Honorable délégués, nous avons
Distinguished delegates, we now have a report, draft report on the use of AI and another draft report on the use of regional value added. The Secretariat has already listed 3 other projects or drafts that I was unable to read myself. Hence, I cannot ask you if you have read through them. So what do you want us to do? Do we take some time to read them, or have you read them before? So there is the program for the year 2026. There's the draft resolution for capacity building request of the ECA to fulfill its mandate and to provide for its members a strategic and technical support. This is a good resolution. And then there is another one. This will be a note on the recent organizational changes within the Secretariat of ECA. So I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to guide me on whether or not you have read these documents, and if you have, do you have any observation or comments thereon? Have you even received them? That's the first question.
OK. Donc, le débat est ouvert. Si quelqu'un veut parler.
The floor is open.
Je donne la parole au distingué délégué du Cameroun.
Cameroon, you have the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the floor.
Sur les 3 résolutions,
with regards to 3 resolutions, we will only comment on the one pertaining to ECA capacity building because the 2 others are like information notes. With regards to capacity building, we believe that given the institutional reform operated within the ECA aimed at enhancing its services towards member states like ours, as well as increasing a number of competence or capacities. It goes without saying that human resource needs, financial needs will therefore rise. I feel that on reading this resolution, it is clear that the plea of member states is important. It is critical that this issue be tabled to the headquarters of the UN in New York, so that this issue be addressed at that level. So Cameroon seconds these reforms. We equally second the idea of supporting the ECA so it can continue providing us technical support in various areas. So that's our position. Thank you very much. Do you have any recommendation? Or was it just a comment? So the recommendation is that this resolution be adopted as it is. Thank you. The floor now goes to the distinguished delegate of Eritrea. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as it has been already said, the decision on program and the budget is only a note. I think we don't have much to add in that decision, but in the capacity building, maybe we could add as we have also indicated in our deliberations, to make it wherever, to encourage the Commission to make it the capacity building training necessity-based or tailor-made wherever it is applicable. That's the only input which I want to make, Chairperson. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate of Eritrea. However, I think your recommendation ought to be submitted to the Secretariat. They will contact you.
La résolution 3, je donne la parole au
I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Egypt. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to make sure first that we are on the same page. I'm talking about the draft resolution and the use of regional value chains. That's right. Okay, and the draft resolution on the use of regional value chains on the second paragraph, noting with concern the disruption to global value chains that is being caused by rising protectionism. I think we should be very clear here that is a message from Africa is heard, because this is a very serious matter. I think maybe I suggest one to clarify the language. Instead of diversifying risk, we can say that reduce vulnerability to global trade tensions. And also in the same draft, number 3, call open members of the Commission to enhance infrastructure. I may suppose a different, clear language. Maybe I say it now. Call open member states to strengthen infrastructure, including transportation networks, energy systems, digital connectivity, and financial services to ensure the effective operation of regional value chains and special economic zones, thereby facilitating seamless trade, promoting industrialization, and attracting investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Egypt.
Est-ce qu'on est d'accord tous pour
Do we all agree to adopt the aforementioned resolutions?
Donc, s'il n'y a pas d'objection, toutes les résolutions ont été.
If there's no objection, all the resolutions have been adopted, and I would like to thank you for being so patient and for being so practical. I'd like to appreciate the rapporteur and the Secretariat. This is a very challenging task. I felt we will take a long time and we'll stay here for long, because sometimes there are discussions that cannot be interrupted. They are very important. They're touching on issues that often make us forget to check our clocks. So I thank you all. Now we'll move on to the next agenda item, that is the closing of this meeting. Now, before I deliver my final statement, I would like to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary in charge of programs and Chief Economist of ECA, Mrs. Hannah Morsi, to deliver her final statement. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Madame Hannah Morsi, vous avez la parole.
Mrs. Morsi, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed experts, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying how impressed I am with your dedication, perseverance, and hard work over the last few days. And the fact that, we have the room full at this time and with the same level of energy and interventions is quite telling. So it's an honor to be here to as we bring to a close 3 days of dynamic dialogue that we've had. We have focused on advancing implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, with a particular emphasis on proposing transformative strategic actions. And what a remarkable gathering it has been. We witnessed excellent exchange of ideas, diverse perspectives, and the numbers speak for themselves. 524 delegates from 40 member states, alongside valued partners and organizations. But beyond these numbers, I think what is really impressive here is the quality of our conversations and the clarity of our collective action that truly mark this gathering as a success. Together, we have charted pathways that will guide our ministers and shape priorities at global, regional, and national levels. We stand at a crossroads. And, while we have all the challenges and opportunities we have talked about, we face a global landscape that is marked by shifting power dynamics and digital disruptions. Africa cannot afford to sit back. We must shape the future. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is our opportunity to do just that. It's our chance to redefine Africa's economic standing, to amplify our voice on global issues, and to shape the rules of global trade and economic governance. Throughout these sessions, you have underscored a very important issue, that the agreement is not just about trade, it's about transformation. And it's about creating jobs, driving industrialization, and building resilience, and ensuring that Africa's growth is not just sustained, but it's inclusive. This is how the agreement will hold the potential to increase intra-African trade by 45% by 2045, and to lift millions out of poverty. But none of this will happen by chance. It will take bold, coordinated, and strategic actions. From our rich discussions, 5 priorities have emerged. First, that we must fast-track industrialization and value addition. And we've heard this multiple times during the 3 days. Africa can no longer rely on exporting raw materials and importing finished goods. We must invest in local manufacturing, create regional value chains, and process our resources right here at home. In pharmaceuticals, electronic mobility, agribusiness, and beyond. That's how we create jobs. That's how we build prosperity that lasts. Second, we must close the infrastructure connectivity gap. We know the figures that Africa faces financing gap of $170 billion a year, but we also know the solutions. We need to embrace innovative financing, public-private partnerships, blended finance, regional collaboration. We need roads, energy, and digital infrastructure that can connect our people and unlock our markets. Third, we must champion digital transformation and trade facilitation. We must remove barriers to e-commerce, harmonize digital payment systems, and expedite the implementation of the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade. Investing in digital infrastructure is not just smart, it's essential. It will drive transparency, cut costs, and open new markets for African entrepreneurs. Fourth, we must invest in building human capital for the future of work. It's our people, our youth, that will actually drive the future. That means that we need to scale up education, vocational training, and skills development, particularly in industries that will define the future. Advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence, fintech, and renewable energy. Fifth, we must strengthen macroeconomic stability and governance, because without strong financial systems, progress stalls. We've heard the calls for enhancing fiscal discipline, improving debt management, expanding access to finance, advancing innovative financing models, including green finance to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. And let me be clear, Africa must also speak with one voice to reform the global financial architecture. We must confront illicit financial flows and demand fair access to global capital. Distinguished delegates and experts, the insights that you have shared over these days have not just sparked discussions, they have laid the groundwork for action. You've called for accelerating the removal of trade barriers and improving logistics to reduce costs and enhance efficiency. You called for investing decisively in our industrial digital futures while ensuring food security and resilience to climate shocks. And you called for building strong partnerships within Africa and beyond that drive growth, sustainable development, and shared prosperity. Called for strengthening macroeconomic stability and unlocking financing solutions across national, regional, and international levels. The conversations of these days have made one thing clear. With unity, innovation, and unwavering determination, there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. There is no opportunity we cannot seize. And so I urge you to brief your ministers, share these insights, and push for action, because the decisions made in the coming days will shape the future of our continent. Let's leave this gathering with a shared commitment to build the Africa we want, an Africa that is just, prosperous, and resilient, an Africa that speaks with one voice and acts with one purpose. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Madam Hannah Morsi, thank you very much. Now it is my turn. I have a statement. So, Madam Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of Africa, Your Excellencies, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps accredited to Addis Ababa, members of the Regional Bureau, experts, member states, distinguished guests, dear participants. As we come to the end of the 43rd session of the Committee of Experts, and after 3 days of intensive work during which we explored very important themes relating to African prosperity through implementing AFCFTA, thank you, and allow me to express my gratitude to you all and to the Government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, especially for their unstinting support. I also like to express our deep gratitude to the Economic Commission for Africa, to all member states, to regional governmental and non-governmental organizations, and to the media, all of whom participated in this meeting of experts preparing for the Conference of Ministers for 2025. on advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the AFCFTA, proposing transformative strategic actions. I'd like to thank you for your punctuality, for your assiduity, and for having successfully enabled us to complete a very loaded program in record time. I'd also like to express our total satisfaction for the quality of the reports and the documents that were presented during this session by the ECA. As chair of the Committee of Experts, I can attest to their quality. I'd like to therefore ask you to applaud all of those who prepared this, plus interpreters who made it possible for us to have efficient proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my profound congratulations and wishes for the success of the incoming Bureau. I assure them of my gratitude, and I would not forget to thank the outgoing Bureau, especially Mr. Andrew Frombe, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance and Development, Economic Promotion in the Republic of Zimbabwe, for all the efforts that have been made to date since the last Conference of Ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, given the environment of geopolitical instability and uncertainty, given the new technologies and the challenges that are facing us when we work to advance implementation of the agreement establishing the AFCFTA, we are sure that the agreement will boost industrialization processes and ensure that we do work towards diversifying African economies. In the current environment of hyperinflation and policies that are affecting this adversely, we would like to show that our states are responding to these challenges, and we must stress the need for deeper integration. Promoting robust value chains is, of course, essential so that we do face up to these challenges that are poverty, food insecurity, and unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, advancing the implementation of the agreement means strong political commitment. It's indispensable if we are going to finalize and eliminate these tariffs, trade and non-tariff barriers. And we have to strengthen institutional capacity, improve upon inter-African trade, improve infrastructure, and work with the private sector, particularly the small and medium-scale enterprises, when it comes to expanding their markets. We must have a stable framework for our African economies, budgetary framework for African economies, and we must ensure that working with artificial intelligence is part of our strategy so that we do improve upon productivity and competitiveness. Innovation and development cannot go without public-private partnerships. And finally, we have to ensure that there's social inclusion, particularly of women and youth, so that we move towards equality and improving quality of life, consolidating social cohesion. I am convinced that the number of acts undertaken so far and the work we've done is something we cannot lose sight of. And all of us, without exception, have to ensure that the recommendations that have been expressed over the past 3 days translate into concrete and tangible action for Africans, both men and women, so that together, united, we can transform our continent, make it a better place for our populations. I cannot conclude without addressing my deep gratitude to all the experts who have come from all over Africa. Thank you for the quality of your contributions, the generosity of spirit you've expressed in your proposals. And also, I'd like to thank the organizing committee, the rapporteurs, the interpreters, the ushers, the technical team. Indeed, I would like to thank everybody who, in one way or the other, has contributed to ensuring the success of our meeting of experts. And we have been able to have the press cover this event so adequately. Thank you for your unstinting support, and I now declare officially closed the meeting of experts of the 47th meeting of experts, and thank you. We have a statement from the Secretariat. Secretariat?
Merci, Chair. Vos Excellences, distinguished delegates.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of the 43rd meeting of the Committee of Experts. We'd like to remind you that there will be side events tomorrow. They will start from 9:15.
6 side events that will take place tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to 4:15 p.m. We hope you will be able to attend. On Monday and Tuesday, we will continue with the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. We kindly invite you to participate in the COM 2025 evaluation, as it will help to improve the excellence of future conferences. Finally, we would like to deeply appreciate you for your time, your engagement, and your participation. This event was successful because of you. On this note, we bid you all a very good night. Thank you.
Recording stopped.